got the old Sterling chassis from Victor. You know, it was a runner. I shortened it and put in a screen floor in typical old school buggy style. Thing is, after kind of ruminating on it a bit, I decide I'm only going to use a piece of it. The VW suspension is bulletproof. It's a great choice. That's why they make dune buggies out of it. But I'm not looking for a great choice. I'm looking for something different, something unique. The big departure from every other old school dune buggy is I'm not using the Volkswagen front suspension. So first thing, off with the front. All of my ideas have been leading up to this. I've just been thinking about it. Basically, I have to build it complete to see if it works. Another leap of faith. All right, start of a great project. Whole new turn of events. In losing that Volkswagen suspension, I want to kind of lend a hot rod flavor to this. Concept for the front axle and suspension is basically Model A. Model A tie rod and components. Model A front spring. Model A hubs and spindles. You can smell it, it's very old, don't you think? It's disinterested. It's just, dune buggies don't get the passion they deserve. Look at this. He's on Victor's team. I got a piece of pipe. That will be the axle, and I'm putting the spindles, kingpins, hubs, and rims of the Model A car on it. So it'll have a radius rod, basically the same formula you'd see on a hot rod front suspension, except for this. This is the trick element of this design. Typically on a car like a Model A, your leaf spring is mounted in the center on this perch, so you just have a spring action. And I mean, it does articulate a bit, but you're always flexing the spring. What this does, with these shackle bolts, this piece here goes inside it, and it allows the entire front axle to swing without putting pressure on the spring. In other words, if you're coming up on a sand dune and this front tire lifts, it would potentially cause the rear tire to unweight and lose traction. So as you come onto the different terrain, the whole front axle swings and it leaves the two rear tires planted. That's really the one thing that sets this car apart from the rest, you know, the cool factor of, oh yeah, it looks like a hot rod, but it also does this articulating thing, which gives it traction in the sand. So now we've got the patient on the operating table. It's time to get funky. I trimmed it up a little bit to fit the Volkswagen suspension. And hey, it's a dune buggy, you know, it can look a little chopped up. That's what I want. I want it to look like a mutant. Don't be distracted by the crusty look. This is not a rat rod. This thing's gonna shine up. The thing about this car is in shortening the chassis, the wheelbase got really shrunk up. It's purely visual, you know. Maybe if you tried it again and again, you'd come up with a formula for ultimate performance. I'm just going for the visual aspect of it. It's gotta look long and lean. Yes. Looking through my dark helmet, everything seems to be perfect. I'm using this really heavy 2-inch tube, 1/8 wall. See where I'm going with this? And I'm just trying to create a truss structure to extend the wheelbase and keep it really strong. All that noise and sparks and stuff is all led up to this. You got your pivot, check. You got your sleeve that allows clearance to the fitting, check. That goes on there, check. And then you got your thrust washer, trap it all together. I call this pivot a success. I mean, theoretically, this axle could swing 360. If it wasn't on the table, it could literally just go around the clock. Everything about the suspension looks great, but the one issue is I gotta figure out how to steer it. My mission today is to get this thing steering by a steering wheel and on 4 tires. This was one of the things I was looking forward to at this project. I mean, who has this kind of weird contraption welded to the front of their Volkswagen? Like everything in this car, there's nowhere to mount this box. I just made a quick plate with the bolt pattern, I'm gonna stick it on there and then weld something to it. Making mutants is all my business. I'm used to this kind of stuff, so merging a Volkswagen steering shaft with a golf cart steering box and a Model A suspension, no problema. Cut, weld, assemble. Steering box is now part of the car. What do you think? Still skeptical? I'm making progress, whether you like it or not. This is the steering column and the wheel off the Sterling. So you can see it's got that old school, funky vibe. And this is gonna have to get put in here somehow. My goal with this entire project is it's a found object art piece. That truly is how these old school buggies were made. You know, I've been doing research, all these magazines and everything. Before there were kit cars, people actually made vehicles for the sand by hand. You got steering. You know, the wheel's way up, out of shape, but I'll be able to tailor this height-wise and distance from the seat back once I get some seats. I really want to put this on the ground. Test of this design is what happens when the wheels travel. There's going to be some feedback into the steering wheel for sure. I just don't know how much until I test it. Ready to witness the greatness? Check it out. Look at that. Smooth. So not only do you have the up and down bounce, but without the bounce, you have this swivel. That's a lot of suspension travel. This is what I've been waiting to see. You know, I wanted to get these four wheels on the ground and see how it operates, so it is a small victory. So the idea here, I mean, you see guys with Jeeps doing this all the time. So you got articulation in the suspension, but the two back tires are still planted flat. You know, even at that angle, it steers well, and that's the whole thing. You're cruising on a dune, your rear's not losing traction. This is exactly what I was hoping to achieve. That's the big satisfaction about this career I've chosen. It's taking all these mixed up ideas and getting to build them and try them out. And sometimes you actually succeed. It's pretty awesome. Yes, we need seats. I understand that's next. Starting to look the part. You know, there's a few other things I need for sure. I think it's time to get back on the hunt. Decided to swing by my friend Robin's workshop. I'm really hoping to pick up some seats from him for my dune buggy. Walking in right away, it feels like home. There's stuff everywhere. This guy's got the treasure. This looks like my kind of place. What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Man, good to see you.
It's been a while. You got stuff. I have a couple seats, Italian car seats from the 50s.
Yeah.
They're nice. I kind of don't want to beat them up and change them.
I have a couple Italian cars from the 50s.
Right. Couldn't keep my eyes off of that.
Yeah, this is a
crazy.
56 Vespa Ape, and it's a coffee cart, and I really just fell in love with it.
Yeah, me too. That's the crazy thing. It is basically a scooter, but it's a pickup truck. And it's steel, right? Is it aluminum or steel?
It's all steel. If you could fit in this.
Oh, yeah. This is my kind of ride.
Yeah.
Man, definitely cool, for sure.
I'm taking Ian around my garage, and there's just a lot of stuff that he had never seen before.
So what's this?
So if you don't fit in the three-wheeler, the next upgrade is the four-wheeler.
4 wheels, 2 wheels, and 3 wheels.
Yeah, if you get two Vespa scooters and and you weld them together side by side, you get.
That's what you get.
Yeah, Vespa 400.
The clincher for me is this 4-wheel Vespa car. It's a micro car. And when I say micro, I can't stress that enough. Robin's up in the rafters. There's dust coming out of every corner. I don't know what he's doing up there. Whoa.
Yeah, I pulled these out of my junior high math class. These are actual Herman Miller chairs.
He's saying these are Herman Miller chairs, school chairs or something. I guess they were a mass-produced item, and now today they're collectible. Dude, these are perfect. I'm looking at these things like, this is perfect. They're very light, they're fiberglass, they've got the 60s flavor. Yeah, these I think are right for me. We just gotta come to some kind of arrangement, because if they're worth a fortune.
Well, I just saw a pair like this go on eBay for 1,200 bucks.
That would make my car worth at least $1,300. These are awesome.
Are you happy with this trade?
Yes, this works for me. I need those seats and he needs them seats, and now everybody's sitting pretty.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is like the best possible case scenario for my project and hopefully for his project.
I'd say mission accomplished. These seats are a good step-off point to get the rear section of this buggy in action. I got these seats back from Robin, and they are dune buggy seats, 100%. Not too shabby, huh? It's the weirdest thing, just like with Robin's car, the seats look one way, but then when we're in a car, it's the opposite. And this has the opposite effect. It makes this car look much bigger than it did. But the question is, do I fit? Sometimes you never know what you're getting yourself into until you just go for it. The thing I needed with this project was minimal offset of my big carcass. You know, I needed a thin fiberglass shell so I could sit back in the vehicle, and these were exactly that. What do you think? I think he's into it. Typically with an off-road roll bar, you want it as strong as possible. So you make all your measurements, you fit it in, weld it. Roll bar is primarily for looks, like most of the old dune buggies, so I could pull it off by using 2 pieces. Speed buggy roll cage. You know, it's just enough to represent off-road. Real crash scenario, I don't think any of them did much. And hey, I got nothing to lose. Take the body off, mount some seats. This is a small car, no doubt about it. I just had to figure out where the steering wheel felt comfortable, so got them in there and shortened up the steering column to match me. So you got your roll bar for support, steering wheel, 1 seat. Perfect. Let's see. That's what this has all been leading up to. I want that cartoon monster feel, you know? That's the whole idea here. Big giant ape in a little car. Whoa. I knew from the jump I wanted to use a beer keg for a gas tank. Beer keg fits behind the seats perfectly. Don't need a ton of fuel in this thing. It's got a stock Volkswagen engine. That goes right into place as it should. This is exactly what would be in a vintage dune buggy. That Sterling was a period piece. So what it is, I think it's a big bore, single port with this carb adapter. So it's probably high compression. I mean, it ripped in that Sterling. It really moved out. It's a good engine. So I think in this lighter vehicle, it's gonna be all right. The engine wasn't this nice in the Sterling. You know, the innards are what they are. I just took off all the sheet metal, cleaned it, painted it, reassembled it. So it's as it was in that car, and you could see it did some pretty hairy burnouts. I envisioned this whole car from the start having a Model A grill shell. You know, that's the whole hot rod look. Just chopped it down. I put this mesh in here. Nothing says hot rod like Model A. And basically, it sits like that. Still unimpressed. If I was building a Corvette or something, he'd probably be like, you know, dogs love Corvettes. So this is mechanically there. I could literally hook up a battery and some cables and brake hoses and drive it. But cosmetically, it's not what I need. I need something that's just like, pow, you know. I like the funky style. You know, I want it to be like, whoa, nobody looks past it. So that's the challenge. You know, black car, red rims, everybody's seen it. I gotta get to thinking. Like almost everything I do, there's no way to figure out if it's gonna work or not without just doing it. So it's time to get busy. Color says everything about a vehicle. You know, this is a good time, fun toy. It's not like a scary looking mean machine. You could really give the vehicle different flavor with a different color. I want that light reflectivity of a white base coat, something that really is blinding in the sunlight. In addition to some of this stuff. I called Little Daddy Roth He's hooked me up with a lot of metal flake for different projects. And he has this new stuff called Snowblind White. White dune buggy, white metal flake. What could improve on that? Some of this. This is glow in the dark, top secret. Something about the late 60s, early 70s, you know, you had this like monster fed, cartoon monster stuff. I remember like glow in the dark model kits were a huge thing. I want the car to reflect that time period. So, you know, I'm thinking, I have not seen a glow in the dark dune buggy. This might be the next big thing. Every time I've used metal flake with auto paint, I just mix up about a half a cup and then I pour the stuff in there. How much do I put in? I don't know. I'm gonna dump a lot in there. Oh man, that's fantastic. And I'm gonna put a lot of this in. Because this hopefully will change the color to more of this eerie glow yellow tone. Do I need that much glow? I don't know. I don't want to have not enough. Like almost everything I do, there's no way to figure out if it's gonna work or not without just doing it. So I'm gonna paint up a couple parts and test it out. So it has the effect I was hoping for. You can see it's like a frosted effect. And I'm gonna bury all this in clear, of course. This is just the first application. The thing I wasn't sure of, but I'm very excited about, is the glow green. It's still white, but it has like this greenish aura coming off of it. My theory from the start was that it looks pretty mellow during the day, but at night, it's party time. The only way to test it is put that rim in the dark room and see if it worked. One thing I know is when I turn the lights off, that bottle of stuff glowed. But once you mix it with paint and put it on something, I just don't know if that is going to still happen. So this is the test. This is what it looks like in the daytime. And that's what it looks like at night. That is totally cool. It's a glowing Model A rim. It's exactly what I had hoped for. So I'm just thinking what I want white. And I know I definitely want that top ridge of the body and all those embossed lines to be white. So I'm gonna mask all that stuff off first. The whole thing is the majority of this car will be masked simply because it's gonna remain white. So what I'm doing here, I've decided it's gonna have two candy green pinstripes. This very thin white section here is a stripe, and this thick section here, so the center of these panels will be masked. So you'll have a heavy one with a nice round corner and like a tight little outline. Probably would be easy enough to just pinstripe this line, but I'm not a pinstriper, that's why I'm taping the heck out of it. So as long as the tape looks okay to your critical eye, I'm gonna spray this thing. I'm just gonna mix up some of this candy green I got from Eastwood. So looking at the value of this green, it's very green. I don't know what it's gonna look like on white. Well, wait a second, yes I do. So that's very thick for paint, for spray, but it's gonna be somewhere like that. One thing I know is that dune buggies sparkle. I'm gonna use this Little Daddy Roth metal flake all over the car. The green's a nice color, but I think with a little action in it, it's gonna be even better. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. The thing about this is once you spray it, it's a lot of work to go backwards, you know? Especially putting a pigment over white, you'd have to sand the thing back and start over, so you don't know what it looks like until you pull off the masking paper. The thing I'm trying to do with this is like keep it lighthearted, you know? It's not like a badass, nasty hot rod. It's a beach buggy. Sunny day at the beach, you know? What looks cool? What looks like a fun thing to do? This car. The whole thing I was going for with this was like following the lines of the car. So like a vintage pinstripe would simply be around the contour of the body. And that's what you get. Double line, one fat, one skinny. Surprise, surprise, pulling this tape off, it's happening. You like it? Stepping back and looking at it, I really like the way it came out. I think it just needs one more thing. dune buggies sparkle. I had a Roadster pickup truck years ago, tried some gold, didn't work out. Round two, here we go. Tried this gold thing before and it hasn't worked out in my favor, so, you know, hopefully time heals all wounds, you know, I'm a little more mature now. This time I might be able to pull it off. It's the whole thing with the gold car, you know, it's here I am again with this gold flake and I'm just gonna dust it on the car until it looks right. The challenge here is to be subtle and less, you know, more Elvis, less Liberace. Progress-wise, everything's really fleshing out. You know, the paint scheme is looking good. All the fabrication is basically complete. It's all about getting this whole setup to the event. You know, building's fun. Cruising this thing's gonna be even cooler. Number one about the car is first impression, right? It's got that cartoon, old school hot rod vibe. The paddle tires take it to the next level. You know, I got to think pinstriped. It's looking good. It's all polished out. I met up with Court. He's the main guy that runs this event.
People are really excited about seeing this car. You did a fantastic job. Adding the body to it just makes this so unique. It just has this unique, complete retro vibe with this kind of hot rod thing thrown on it. And it's a really cool buggy. Can you tell me just a little bit about this paint? Because it looks, at first you'd think it's been out in the sand.
Right.
Right?
That was the idea. Court was really responding to the paint job. You know, I had my idea of what it was going to look like, but him coming in, you know, fresh to it, he's like, this almost looks like the sparkling sands of a beach. It's like a white flake, and then I used a gold flake. So when you're looking at it, it looks like the beach.
It does, it does, it totally does.
I saw his car years ago and was so inspired by it. That was the basis for me for creating this pan buggy in that style. When you get up next to it, you know, you can feel the history. You see the way his car is set up with the Model T steering and all this 60s vibe in the build characteristics.
So this is my dad's car. He was the original owner. It was built in 1967, 68, so it's a 50-year-old car. The original roll bar were stainless steel swimming pool handrails.
Awesome.
Okay.
When I heard that story, I was like, primo. That's where I'm coming from.
All these buggies from the 50s and 60s were home built, much like you did, right?
With all old parts.
Yeah.
I saw your car in Hot VW's magazine years ago, and I wanted to build something styled after your front suspension.
Yeah. How did the front suspension work out for you?
It works great. The thing about this suspension design in Court's and my car is that it is specifically designed for these tight sand dunes. The only way I can describe this place is like a skate park for cars. If you see any skateboarders on TV in a big concrete jungle, that's what this is, but it's a sand skate park for cars. I've been to the sand dunes before with different cars, but I've never experienced the authentic old school buggy ride. You just sand in your teeth. I should have brought goggles. The car's ripping it though. It's a wild ride. I'm having a great time. This is one thing I've always wanted to do. I mean, it's very satisfying. I've had a couple other buggies, but this one exceeds the thrill factor of the others. It's totally cool.
I know it looks rough, but this thing has so much history. This is my brother's truck, manual. You know, we lost him a few years back, and this was his project. You think I'm crazy, look at his stuff.
So you're saying that the kind of craziness runs in the family. You're not the only one with the affliction. This thing is weird.
My brother started the craziness, and we're gonna finish the craziness.
I guess Manny was going for some kind of like ultimate tailgate party vehicle. And Victor wants to run with that concept, but I don't know what that means.
Don't look at it the way it is now. Look at it as us changing it into the ultimate party vehicle.
Party barge.
Yes.
Now we're getting somewhere.
You know what? And I had visioned as this thing in my dream.
Nightmare?
No, it was no nightmare. It was like a vision. I mean, we need to get this out of here, and let me get some lines on here, and I'll show you what I was visioning.
I can see this project is really special to Victor. You know, it's a piece of his heart involved with it. I'm gung-ho. I'm going along for the ride 100%. I'm really excited to see what his transformation entails. I guess we're building this thing. It's been one day since I saw the project last. Now we got it in the shop. If you know Victor like I know Victor, the whole plan could have changed. I gotta say, I'm not as optimistic as I was yesterday. You're talking about diamond in the rough, and that's a hard sell. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Do you need glasses or something?
I may,
Look at that thing.
Right. That's the problem. As a fabricator, I'm looking at what happened. So let's look through that and see where it's going. Victor's got his concepts, and I've got my wish list. Of paramount and primary importance is to get this roof off the vehicle, whatever it takes.
All right, ready?
Just like that, my mind is free of that ugly roof. Whoa, look at the structure in there, man.
I wonder why they would have built double walls, though.
It looks like somebody was changing their mind.
I think they were teaching somebody what the heck to do there.
All right, I gotta confess. It was me that did this many years ago.
So you did this. When did you guys
I didn't do the welding. Look how professional the structure is. I had that helper, Trent.
Yeah.
I was teaching Trent fabrication, and it was actually his pet project.
Well, I had a little input too, but I didn't see what you guys
Right,
did. I
he
just was
yeah.
involved with
Yeah.
talking about it.
Yeah.
So.
And he would come to me and he'd just say, I want a few minor enhancements, and things changed and changed and changed. There are things like skeletons in the closet. You know, everybody's got their, oops moments, the stuff you don't talk about. It's already, man, look at this. This is more like it. Look at all this room in here. It's exactly what you're talking about.
Yes. Feel better about this than you did 10 minutes ago?
Oh yeah, that roof, I don't want to say I've held a grudge for 15 years, but it's all behind us now. Onward and upward. I can't say that I've waited my whole life to build the ultimate party barge, limo, cruiser, tailgate machine, or whatever it is, but here we go. Regardless of the direction that this project takes, we're gonna need to start with a clean slate, and that means cleaning everything. The whole concept of this vehicle is fun time party machine, right? So gotta just try to keep that vision, that vibe through the whole project. And starting a project with a fixed set of parameters, a known outcome, is probably a lot easier, but I thrive on the weird stuff. I wanna work on the things where anything's possible and the end result is not known. With the body panels removed, I wanted to media blast everything and bring it all down to bare metal. This dustless blasting system is spraying water all over the bare metal, so it's naturally gonna start to rust again once you finish it. So after you get all the heavy crud off, I go back with a sander and just try to get everything as clean as possible. It's not that glamorous, it's purely preparation, but you're kind of romancing it. You're learning what it's all about, what's beneath the skin, so to speak. And I got a million ideas what to do next. In a strange turn of events, Victor has called me back out to his junkyard yet again.
Ian, check it out back here. Isn't that beautiful?
That is, I recognize that nose. What's going on with the rest of this thing?
Well, I had another vision. After we seen the truck and we stripped it, I said something doesn't feel right. So I said, hey, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 Lincoln Zephyrs.
Yeah.
Why don't we put a Zephyr front end on this thing?
Hey, great concept. You don't really seem to have much here, though. I mean, is there anything more?
So I got the fenders, the grill, the hood, next door, and the trailer. So you could cut up anything you want and make it work
Believe it or not, between me and Victor, I am the voice of reason, so it's up to me to state the facts of reality.
All right, another fine adventure. Let's see what else you got.
I've seen these Zephyr bodies in the yard before, but I haven't seen any of the other parts, you know. This is a great concept, but if he doesn't have the goods, this could be a whole new can of worms.
Oh yeah, that's a stash of Zephyr parts. It's all here. You got stuff, sir. You got red, white, like a peach color, and green. You got all the parts right here.
Yeah, Ian, look, I even got Jeffrey from Toys R Us.
Is this finally your bucket list? You've got the giraffe, you've got the Zephyr, you got the bubble top. Is there anything else?
Today, no. Tomorrow's another day.
You can't make this up. You know, Victor's process is definitely not in a straight line. You know, there's left turns, there's right turns, sometimes there's U-turns. I just put the blinders on. I have no fear of consequence, etc. If it's a good idea, we're doing it.
It's definitely all here, man. And 6 hubcaps and a spare. It's a perfect starting point.
So there's all the stuff you need. I've done my job. Call me if you have any questions.
I've got
See
questions.
when it's done.
I've got questions.
This is where we get to the good part. You know, Victor throws out this wild card, this crazy concept, and I know exactly how I'm gonna do it. Now that Victor and I have concluded our fantasy discussion on how this thing could flesh out, it's time to get down to the reality of the matter.
So I'm gonna try to just detach these hood and fender mounting points and the grill surround and bring it over there.
The philosophy in this dissection is take the easy way out. Look at all the weakest points and remove just what you need. Victor thrives in the, decision-making process, right? He's just like, I want this, that, and that. I'm a little skeptical because they definitely don't fit together. It's up to me to pull it off.
So if all my calculations are correct, I have liberated the nose of the vehicle. Like butter. Now we're gonna go back to the lab, see how this all fits together.
First mode of operation is to always just stand back and get an impression. You know, do I like it or do I don't like it?
Here's where the plot thickens. If your fender is matching the fender on the truck, you'd see the hood height is pretty radically different, as well as a host of other things. Mating these two pieces together is going to be a major issue. You know, I'm not disputing my original statement, but just look at this. The effort is going to be well worth it. That's the hard part, you know. The viewing audience may not see what Victor and I see by just sticking that nose on there. They'll be like, what? I'm like, no way, whatever it takes. Look at that. Seeing all the parts lying around separate, it's one thing. The concept's another. Getting things kind of squared off and, visualizing if it's possible, now I'm convinced I'm going all the way. It's definitely got the look. I could see it. I don't know if anyone else can, but it's just gonna take a bunch of cutting. Fitting this up, you can see there's definitely way different proportions in the two vehicles, so as usual, I'm taking baby steps. Just fit it up, cut away, keep working it until it feels right. That's a great looking truck. Look at that. Nose is starting to look good, small step in the right direction. This Zephyr front end swap is really taking shape, but the key component, to selling it is how the front hood fits. So just to say, as if the floor was the height of the fender lip right there. Right? That's a significant difference. If I set the Zephyr hood on the truck, there's going to be that huge gap between the two. And it also doesn't fit the cowl. If you look at these two V's, this V here is a totally different orientation of the front of the windshield than the Zephyr had.
The two key components that I'm working with are the truck hood and the Zephyr hood, and I need to mix them up somehow that comes off convincing. The proportions are way out. It's got to look like it counts.
So you can see it's completely not the look we're going for.
Regardless of which hood is easier to splice in to this concept, the Chevy truck hood is just wrong on the whole front end.
Let me lay that hood on top, take a look. The thing I'm really concerned with is this height, right? I don't want it to look broken. I don't want it to look just, it's gotta flow.
In the whole process, it's important to stay absent-minded. Some folks would stay open-minded. Some folks would just get stuck on things. But just let the void be the void and let the hands do the work. Somehow it happens.
You know, I just had an idea. The edge of that hood is just sheet metal. There's no special bracketry in there. Being that the Zephyr hood is so much longer, maybe I'll just cut this sheet metal to fit this cowl and then build off of it. We don't even have to, I thought I was gonna fuse the two hoods together, but that seems like it's going in the completely wrong direction.
Every project has its own vibe, that's all I could say. If I was a pro, I'd stick to the rules. I just let the truck or the vehicle tell me what to do.
End result, this rear portion needs to be significantly wider. There's a couple ways to go about it. Cut this hood right through the center, which I don't want to do. It's always an easier way around things. So I'm going to get rid of this structure first and lay it on here. Maybe this thing will just open up a little bit. I don't know.
If I could get this hood into shape without any major slices down the middle, everything will be better in the long run.
Stick it on there and see what happens. Ha! Better than it were. There's your trace line.
This is the simplest template ever. That's all it comes down to, you know. Use your part and trace it. No measuring needed.
It's all just a rough layout, but that's the best starting point I can think of. Not too sure.
There may be a more scientific way to do this, but hey, whatever gets the job done.
We just look right to here.
And we see that there's a difference of 2 inches.
I'm measuring the nose to the nose. It's a 2-inch offset. It's a piece of 2-inch steel. That there is your contour.
I guess this whole style of metal forming, I use the word style loosely, this technique is purely by necessity. Having nothing, you figure out how to do something.
Like a glove. Another couple trims, we're in the game.
I throw a few tacks on the rear of the hood just to keep everything in place while the rest of the fit up begins.
This is what the whole hood issue has been leading up to. Truck's coming through nice and graceful, hits the hood, and looks broken. The only way through it is to raise the front of the hood. You know, you could do some kind of an arching shape or whatever, but firstly, I need to raise up this thing on some kind of a shim and take another look at it. Sold. I love how it looks a little more aggressive and nosy, because, you know, right? It's just my style.
I mean, it's not too often this happens, maybe only once in a fabricator's career, when the builder and the car start to look alike.
The tool you've heard so much about, but if you look just right, the body line flows right through to that hood.
This mock-up is definitely presentable at this stage, but I have some ideas that will push it over the edge.
My plan for this, after having trimmed it up and attached the fenders to this, this front nose piece, I think it's gonna go a lot smoother if the entire nose of the vehicle is one piece. It slides forward and tilts, so it's a really fast end to this task. You know, we're putting in a new engine, transmission, airbags, the whole deal, so just to expedite the process, this will be completely out of the way, so it can be into body work while we're doing the mechanical stuff.
The whole thing is Victor had no demands except put that Zephyr on that truck. So it's free reign. I'm doing exactly what I want. You know, this is my wish list with this slide tilt mechanism.
Always remember, if you have the option between the cool sunglasses and the weird ones, always choose the weird ones.
The front of the truck frame is extending beyond the Zephyr nose, so off it goes. Normally, I would, consult with the client, but Victor's direct words was, that's not my problem. So I get to do whatever I want.
Now let's see how these things fit.
I want to get this grill temporarily in place. That's a primary element in the fit up of it. The front end's been smashed. I want to make sure the stock grill's set in there to keep everything oriented properly.
Oh, that's the sound of adjustment. Like when I go to the chiropractor, sounds just like that.
It's of primary importance that these grill pieces fit. If they don't fit up now and we're already down the road, it's going to be a disaster.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Definitely helps the whole front end though. Now that that is established, let's get on with the hinge and the pivot. The push of a button, I want this entire nose to launch into outer space. You shoot for the stars, you might just reach the moon. So I'm planning for this thing to jettison into orbit. If it doesn't, it's just going to slide and tilt. Either way, I win. What I've assembled is this trailer hitch stock, just like in the back of your pick-em-up truck. They got these nice flat plates, one side on the truck, one side on the slide-em-a-bobber.
I've done this concept a few times before and it's always worked out great. The whole challenge here is in the sliding mechanism, it's got to be well reinforced so that they stay parallel, it stands the test of time. There's a huge amount of leverage on this when it's working, so it's got to be strong.
For some reason, I'm always just using stuff that's laying around.
I love the idea of a one-piece nose. That's probably why people started doing that. Why do they modify anything? It's like you show up, it's like, wow, one-piece nose. It's a tilt front end. Who doesn't like that? The whole thing I'm doing here is to get this strong enough to present as a concept. Hey, look, it works, right? Later on, there'll be a lot more heavier structure inside. This is just to sell the concept.
I think the hinges are good to go. It should slide and tilt. If it doesn't, you're fired. So like everything else, you don't know till you try it, right?
This is exactly what I needed to see, I kind of knew the concept of the hinge and slide was going to work, but the actual Zephyr nose is something I've never accomplished, so it looks good to me. It's going to work.
All right, so I'm really happy with the way this whole thing operates. The tilt, the slide, it's all right there. The big issue I'm having is this door. When the fender shuts, it completely blocks the door. There's no way that's gonna open without some major surgery. So while Victor's in crazy mode, I'm gonna pitch him an idea that just might seal the deal. Zephyr hood just isn't gonna fit. Now, Victor is a busy man. He's very confident at this point with my ability to fabricate, and that's a good sign. So he says, go for it. I'm going for it. As they say, it's always easier to ask for an apology than forgiveness.
The good thing about Victor being gone is I get to do exactly what I want, and there's a whole other thing I want to try here.
So therein lies the issue. Does that truck look broken to you? Looks broken to me. I know the front of this hood has to come up. It's just way too low. So that's when the decision-making starts. Well, is it that much?
You don't need any fancy lines or renderings or laser levels or anything. Just, does it look good or don't it look good? The whole thing is looking at the bed rail, into the door, and then across to the hood.
And looking at this, it is nose down just a touch. So it looks pretty good to me. This truck it's just different. You know, this bulge, the pronounced bulge is supposed to be up here, not down here. So as much as it does line up, I'm just concerned that it's gonna be like a muffin top.
Each problem requires a unique solution. Fortunately, I have years and years of just winging it under my belt. So if you just whack it with a hammer, you're prone to denting it. So using slow, steady, somewhat soft pressure, the proof's in the pudding.
Nobody talked to the boss. This was a very technical operation. I had the sheet metal brake, the shrinker, the stretcher. I had a shop full of stuff. I utilize it all. All right, that's gonna work. What I discovered is that it actually works better upside down, and on the flip side, instead of adding this big bulge on top of the bulge, I reversed it so the flatter side is meeting the top. The advantage to these hood sides is that they match the contour of the truck cowl. They're already curved, it's just a slight mod. Simple as it appears, they are stretched in two directions. It's more of a bowl shape than just a roll. Now looking down the lane, totally works. That's the right call. Look at that. So it's just like a little right there instead of going over up top. So the old upside down and flip it around technique. I'll get into my idea for the nose of this. Like I say, I got a thing for the beak. Nobody tell Victor what I'm doing, because it's pretty significant. This whole front portion is smashed. You can see the cast grills don't even match up with the surface. There's a whole bunch of lead in there. It's all old. I think what I want to do is just build a complete new grill surround with all new sheet metal from this point down. Like the bow of a mighty vessel. In technical terms, we're going to perform a bit of rhinoplasty. That totally works. It's hard when there's holes in things. You can't judge the surface area, but that looks like a Zephyr truck, for sure. Like a cab over truck or a big truck will always have a bigger nose, and it does.
I got this Zephyr-nosed truck transformation pretty well underway. I'm feeling good about it.
Yo, already you're this far along?
Said do what I needed to, right?
Wow. It looks better than I pictured it in my mind. I mean, it's a shark coming at me. I mean, you're looking at the front of the Titanic coming towards you, man. I mean, what'd you do? That thing got like another foot on there, like.
I basically, like if it was silly putty or clay, I just took the hood and went up and forward.
A lot of times I see Victor come through that door with concern in his eyes, you know, the list of enhancements rolling.
Wow. I don't see any lines. How we're gonna open the hood? Are you cutting that in now or what?
The one trick thing I did, you know, the hood and fenders are all sealed up. So it's actually a one-piece nose. The whole thing slides forward. And then it tilts up like that.
Wow.
I'm pulling all of Victor's tricks on Victor. He's speechless, and he's out of enhancements.
You know me and all my trick gadgets, the hood's gotta open, the trunk's gotta open. You're getting good, man. You're like figuring out everything that I was gonna do. Now it's done.
Looks like Victor is soaking up all of my ideas. I've just got one more big one to pitch.
So the thing is, with this door and fender issue, the door is just not gonna open, you know? Becomes like one of those old Chevy fleet lines or something.
Yeah.
It's in the way of the door, 100%. I'd like to seal these doors up completely, just like I sealed the hood. You want a boat, right? You ever seen a boat with doors in it?
Not yet.
Yeah.
We can't shorten the look of the front fenders. That's the character of the whole thing. unfortunate result of that is that the doors won't open, and you know, the doors do look a little bit small in proportion to the whole side wall of the vehicle, so why not just delete them?
Then how do I get in this thing?
Like a boat. How else? You enter through the center. You walk right at, look. There is no doors, it's a boat. You just step right in, right? You come up, this is your walkway. What's more natural than that? So you get in the boat, right? This is open. You hop in, bring up the anchor, and you go cruising. You're calling it the cruise liner. It's gotta be a boat all the way through.
Make the entry in the back. Hey, can we make this thing float while we're at it?
Anything's possible, man. We'll go sailing. I'm getting the captain's hat. We're setting sail. Look how sleek it looks.
That's pretty interesting. What are we doing?
With Victor fully committed, I got the doors sealed up. Finished the hood and added a custom panel to bring it all together. Then we went straight into a mock-up for the boat windshield. When people see a finished car at a car show, they really have no idea at what type of conversation it's taken to get there. Nothing says boat windshield like a polished top rail. And it rigidizes it too.
Yeah, look at that.
Totally cool. The whole plan here is revamping the entire inside of this vehicle. Now, Victor's concept always revolved around this thing being a people mover, so that's the challenge. You know, he wants 6 or 7 people in the back of this thing, and it's got to look cool, so the stakes are fairly high. First step here is removal. Out with the old to make room for the new. Normally, when you're cutting out a major structure like this, there would be a lot of concerns. You'd have to do a bunch of bracing, but with the doors being welded shut and the nose being in one piece, it's gonna be okay. Trust me. This thing is cleared out. It's definitely a walk-through design. First step is to set up a big old straight edge and draw a line in space. I mean, on the truck. Victor's concept from the start with this thing was all about the back of the truck. We came up with some pretty cool concepts for the nose of this thing. It's got to translate right out the back end. I just try to keep the momentum rolling. Aha! So that looks good to me. I mean, there's plenty of room in the tire at that height. That's the seat height. And that's the floor height. You don't want to be sitting much lower than that. See what I'm saying? We're just gonna have to carry small people in the back. I'm always thinking 10 steps ahead to work through any potential problems before they happen. Let me lay this out on a couple little stands right here, and then we'll see where we're at. Because I don't know if I like what I see. The whole thing is, how high up do we want this seat bottom? I've worked with Victor for so long, I can just about picture his exact response. Ian, what's up? Wow, you made a lot of progress. You know, I like it, but I just want to see that corner rounded, and it's a keeper. I told you I was going to say that. I found this piece of round ring laying around, so I put it in the roller just to get the radius I need. So that'll work. That'll take that hard edge off. Bink. That'll go there, that'll go there.
Ian, how's it going?
Hey, hey.
Wow. You know what? It looks better than I thought it was gonna look.
It's like deja vu in this room.
But
What?
that's perfect. So we have how much seating area?
About 17, 18, depending on where you
perfect. You got it, you nailed it.
I love standing behind it and looking right through to the firewall. I made that mention earlier. It's like these rails are a trajectory going right into the engine. It's cool. We still have a ton of design work to do on the rear, but before we do that, I want to nail this side profile.
It looks bigger than I thought. I was thinking maybe we should have widened the vehicle another 6 inches, but hey, that's enough room for what we need. 10 adults in this thing, and 1 child.
10 little adults, yeah.
And 1 dog.
I'm not saying anything. The last thing I want to get into is widening or lengthening this body, so yeah, sure, we could fit 10, 20, 30 people, you know. Victor's an optimist. Let it roll.
Check this out. I got some new tires and wheels. It's not exactly what I want, but I got 2 out of 3 elements.
What are you doing, build another supercar? Victor rolls in this set of tires, and these aren't exactly what I was expecting.
I got the width and I got the depth.
Victor's style is fairly predictable. It's always big, fat, white wall tires. Not this time.
What is this, 12 inches wide? 315, 35, 20.
That look isn't going with this Zephyr, you know, cruise liner look. The basic concept is there. We do our little modification. I mean, what don't we change? I mean, if we're changing the vehicle, might as well adjust the rims a little.
Of course, we're gonna modify the rims. You know, normally you just buy the exact style you're looking for, but not us. Just the classic look of this, I mean,
This style, I mean, this fits the rig perfectly. So, I mean, just imagine, you know, just for conversation, imagine something similar to that.
That's it exactly right there.
the rim modification, just like anything else, we're going to make a few minor enhancements.
It's gonna be like, wow.
You know, he loves the idea of the big diameter rims, and I love the idea of that mega offset. Little rim modification is in order, but we got two great things coming out of this set. Just like with the front fenders, they're so wide, we need to match that with the rear. You know, we need to puff these rear fenders way out, and this is gonna fill that up for sure.
Are these both gonna fit on there? They're not gonna like rub in the middle?
I don't know.
Because I don't know if we got enough space in here.
Yeah, those tires, I like them, but they're massive. They're never gonna fit in those fenders.
Now we gotta modify that too. Can we just bring something in and just put it on the truck someday?
Some projects simply consists of adding elements onto the design, and this project's in the opposite direction. We have been cutting apart everything just to create this blank slate and then build on top of it.
That's a massive hole in the truck.
Takes a bit of mental fortitude.
Mission accomplished. Whoa.
My highest aspiration is to always build like the cartoon car, right? Something that just looks out of this world. This wheel and tire combo nails it.
Who in their right mind would put two 20s next to each other? I don't know, it looks pretty interesting. I like it.
I gotta see it with that front tire on.
Hot rod flavor, big and little tires. You hear it all the time. Victor did the same thing. Front two tires are a little bit smaller than the back. Whoa, yes. Look at the freaking lip on that thing.
That thing's pretty mean looking.
Because these fenders are split in half, I want to make sure they stay on the same plane. You know, I don't want the front or the back sticking in a different direction. Goes up the ramp and then it loops around. It looks fast. The whole back end of this truck is going to be completely redesigned. My main focus right now is on these wheel surrounds and just getting the fenders to look right. The beauty of these manufactured parts is they are stamped one shape. That's where you get these awesome curves. There are machines that could pull this for me, but I don't have that. Not today. These fenders are pretty dimensional, big compound curves. So by using multiple strips like this, it's a fast and efficient way to get the contour I need. Just fit in one piece, get it set up in the orientation I need, and add to it.
Just like I did with the front fenders, I'm gonna enhance the living heck out of this whole truck. I mean, he's never seen enhancements like this. Oh yeah. So you can see how that template transferred right to the steel, and it's all just tacked in. There'll be a lot of welding, but just look at that result.
The rear fenders will ultimately have some kind of a skirt to really finish it off, but right now I have something else on my mind. It's just a complete revisioning of the rear end. I don't like the way it's put together. I don't like the welding. I don't like the look of these brick and mortar seams. Just like the original roof on this truck, I want the whole back of this thing gone. It's gonna be way easier to fabricate from new than try to repair this mess.
Look at that. There lies the next challenge. Just like everything, made a paper template, made a steel piece, and this is gonna fill that whole wall in one shot. I was thinking, how am I gonna make this skirt in one piece so that it doesn't deform? And I remember we have all this extra plastic. Dig on this. You know, every time you put up a paper or any other material to make a template, you're always wondering what's going on the other side. Now we know. I can see what the fender line actually is and then come in with a number of different ideas that are see-through. I tell you, the best job I ever had. Getting the last part of these fenders mocked up, I got everything in place. I love the way we curved the front of that one.
I mean, look at the way that flows. Zephyr.
Yeah.
Zephyr. That came out nice.
The one thing we have to discuss is what the wheel opening is going to look like. You know, that's what these big slabs are for. I was just setting up a big generic shape so I don't warp it. We'll just trace this out, and then I'll come underneath with a heavy steel rod and reinforce it.
Can we take that cardboard out so we can literally see the tires so we know where we're going to?
Do you want to see the tires? I'm going to show you the greatest template idea in the history
cool.
of car building. So all of a sudden you have a see-through car.
All right, cool.
You can see the tires and you know where you're going.
That's an expensive template. That's about 80 bucks worth of Lexan there.
I know.
The thing about the see-through template is that typically if you see me, I'm feeling out contours and just kind of sketching ideas. Right here, it's visual. You're looking right at your part.
I want to mimic that same kick in all the way down to here, so it's round.
So now we weld the steel in and we screw this right on top of it. We have a good starting point for the skirts. We just have to attach the sheet metal to the truck and mark it with the template. All right, so this is the point where I say, any last wishes?
It's easy to get carried away on this fender skirt concept, so we're throwing a bunch of tape lines to ensure we get the right line. You just don't want to cut too much.
You know, this solid rod gets tacked right below it, so when it comes in here to the curve, it'll flow it right through.
From back here, look at that thing. Now there's depth in the fender.
Wow, that's cool.
This fender skirt in place, I'll duplicate it on the other side. I'll finish it off with a piece of rod, and then these things are just about ready for bodywork. My job is done here.
Yeah, no, it looks good. That really came out nice. The only thing left to figure out is the back, and you could do that. You have point A, point B. You get that, round it off. That one's an easy one.
The front and side of this cruise liner concept, I think we nailed it. The real thing to sell the whole concept is going to be the entryway, the back end. It's got to count.
Look at this. The whole tube chassis is full of water. As soon as I welded it, it popped open, boiling in there.
This may not be a good sign. She's already springing a leak, and we haven't even set sail on the maiden voyage.
It is an ocean-going vessel after all. It's all that salt water rusting out the chassis.
It comes with the territory. You're building a boat, there's going to be some water. You know, we may be installing a bilge pump sometime in the near future.
That's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Ian, check this out. I was at Pomona this Sunday, got a couple things to enhance the back. Hopefully they'll fit.
That seems like way too easy on your taillight decision. That's a first.
It's pretty good that Victor's got his taillight game on. Thing is, we don't know what the heck the back of this vehicle is gonna look like, so maybe it's a little premature coming in with the finishing touches when we haven't even started.
By the way, Ian, that looks cool, man.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm so in it, I forgot. Yeah, we did all the body work on the fenders and everything. The other side's still in steel, but while I was working on the other fender, they came in.
That's clean.
I'm glad to get rid of this because the initial concept for the old rig was never truly established. There was a lot of weird fabrications, all kind of dented and rusty. It's nice to just get it fresh and ready for reconstruction.
That's definitely a clean slate right there. Without that back on there, it's like, wow, what do we do?
This is when the chickens come home to roost. You know, I've been hearing about this, the whole project, and now we know the real story. It's not gonna be that easy.
We're gonna have a little bit of work ahead of us. There's too many lines that are gonna be difficult to make them flow and look good.
This is par for the course. Everything is easy on paper, right? And every time, it comes right back and bites you in the ankle.
It's not gonna happen just us looking at it confused.
I'm already thinking ahead. Check this out. That's the largest piece of template board in the house.
There's only one way I know how to work through problems, and that's start building.
If we just let the metal naturally curve, look at that, right? So it's curling under, it's meeting the fender, right? So the fender will be unchanged. Yeah, and then from that, with this being open, I can build all the structure for the step, the fuel tank holder, and whatever else.
If you do that, it's almost like a boat tail kind of looking thing.
Just keep feeding it in. What's not to like about that?
Just laying out this cardboard template, I could tell it's gonna work out just fine.
I just take the steel, I put it in the brake, see, and I put a curve on it. So you have this very mellow V, like the back of a canoe or like the front of the hood
Yes,
almost.
Exactly.
Let me just get this kind of mocked up as a nice sheet metal surround. Your task, I know you struggle with certain things, and we're gonna need taillights. At this point, I'm feeling pretty good. I got some ideas, and nothing's gonna really sell it like putting some work in. I can form it, I can bend it, I can do a whole bunch of stuff. I just wanna see what it does and how to streamline the process. See how it's buckling right here, but not buckling there? That's the idea.
It's pretty basic, and it will get styled out a bit with some taillights. For now, you know, a step and access point.
Just by pushing these in a little bit, that brings it to the same contour as this radius, but now this is rolling a little bit too. And I'm gonna border it with some 1/2 inch solid round rod. That'll give it a lot of structure.
Once I got the majority of the sheet metal in place, there was just a few areas to splice in, and then we got right to the bodywork. And all my theorizing, philosophizing, contemplating, and consideration, I've decided that this fit-up looks best with the fenders.
You know, the only issue that I always had was I don't want people falling out of this thing. One rev of the engine and I have all my cool people on the ground. That ain't cool.
Yeah, it's like the guy who puts all this stuff in the back of his truck and pulls out of the parking lot, right? We have two critical issues with the rear of this truck. Problem one is people getting in the vehicle, and the inevitable problem number two is people falling out of the back when you get on the gas.
So what's the solution?
That is a major issue. It's like point A, style, point B, safety.
Practicality.
Practicality. So I got one practical solution, and that's with this floorboard. I was thinking this would just come in to this level and just set right down. So it's kind of like the gangway on a ship, right? You're walking up this level. This is where the story gets even better. That license plate, it's a little bit of magic. We're gonna put an actuator underneath here with a push button. So when you push the button, your step comes out.
The license plate is a step That's brilliant. I don't want to, get your head any bigger than it is, but that's cool.
That's what I thrive on, Somebody's expecting something, it's like, but wait, there's more.
How about after a couple beers, how am I gonna keep them from falling off to the side?
With the chromes, Holmes, we're gonna put some chrome on the back of this thing. Polished aluminum handrails, just like on a boat. Not that they'll be this shape, but here's a perfect representation, right? I'm this wide, so you have something that comes off the base, turns to roughly this angle, so when you're getting in, it's this high. Handrails, right? It's gonna help you get on board, and then it's gonna be two features, Victor. It does two things. So not only when you get in, you have something to grab right here, right? But you come in here, and then when the people are sitting, that same structure comes up and turns the corner. So it's wide open, but now there's something holding people in. You get in, and it keeps you there. It looks nice and airy, open, but it's also got the ability to keep people on board.
Pretty cool.
And also when they're sitting, you grab right here, you're up, and then you're out.
All right, let's go for a worst case scenario. We adjust it later. I mean, I've
Right.
adjusted a couple things in my day.
Never gonna do anything sane or typical. This is right up my alley. Here we are, another crazy concept. Handrails on the back of a boat truck thing. Here we go. The first step is to narrow the radius of this ring until it matches that of the bench seats. This is like steering the ship, man. You should be on this. Left turn. All right. That's it, man.
You make it look easier than what it is.
Well, why do you think I'm always sweating like a pig? It's taken a bit, but now that I have Victor working, I can slowly transfer into that managerial position I've been aiming for. Left turn, Captain. All right, you're halfway there. Thing is, if we had a plan, we'd probably be done already. That's the whole issue here is we start with something, see what it looks like, consider what's possible, what looks right, and move forward. Our process is pretty unique, very unorthodox, but we get results. All right, so this is what all that twisting has led up to. A vertical post somewhere around here. This matches the radius of your seat perfectly. So that comes up on a vertical leg. Then this joins up to that, like so. So you got this cool swoopy thing, matches the seat contours, and is a usable people holder inner. Once we got the second one in, that's what it's all about. This seals the deal.
Now it looks like a boat. What's your problem?
Victor's happy with it. I'm really happy with it because you're really seeing off the interior. These pillars that hold it up will be completely hidden with the fabric, so it'll just look like a perfect aluminum shape coming through the floorboards and disappearing into the seat ends. And then when you get here, oh man, that is right on the spot. It's like a chiropractic chair. Love it. If you know me, you know that I am off the grid. Don't answer the phone, got no mailing address to the public.
Now I'm getting your mail to my doorstep from Australia.
Somehow they still track me down. I don't know how they tracked you down. Nobody can track me down, man. Whoa, look at that.
Hey, and you look good in that, man. You should be in movies.
It's gonna be a tough break from my old straw hat, man. This is classy, though.
Talking about your new look, I got a new look for the truck.
Hey, now that you're in such a good mood, I've got one more change. Again? Yes, that's the case.
After looking at it and seeing it come together, the window we originally chose that looks like a boat, I'm not feeling it that much anymore.
He comes barging through the door with the old windshield that was on the truck.
Remember this? Check this out. But that's not the look I see. You cut this, weld this in, and I see it just like that.
My first reaction is, Victor, you're chickening out. We're on a boat, damn it.
You know, the thing is, that makes it more look like a vehicle. This boat windshield, it just kind of didn't feel right. It looked awesome, but the way the rest of the vehicle is fleshing out with the fenders, etc., it fits with the era of the vehicle, you know? Okay, fine, we got the whole boat theme going on, but all in all, it is this giant bubble-fendered vehicle. Yeah, I thought this was gonna be a lot harder sell, but you're right. I feel like this Zephyr cruise liner has made a turn in a great direction. You know, there's a lot more to do, but I think I'm going champagne shopping. This boat is almost ready for the christening. We have finally arrived. West Coast Customs Cruising Nationals. It's on. You could go way overboard with a decision like this and end up with some weird thing with an anchor hanging off it and who knows what. All the choices with this were really ambitious, but it made a couple key decisions that, you know, swung it in our favor. To really add to the boat theme, he pinstriped it to look sort of like a hardwood old school boat, and he went with the proper flooring, and makes it look like a deck. Really just nail this concept. He went and blacked out all the chrome. Really makes the rims stand out even more. The idea with the rims, dynamite. I see people going over there touching them. You see the little moon logo, and then it makes sense.
I kind of do things as a joke. I said, I'm gonna put a Zephyr on a Chevy pickup, just kind of threw it, just a thought came into my mind. And for you to achieve it and put it into proportion, this vehicle looks like it came out of the factory like that. I've already seen a lot of older people saying, oh yeah, Zephyr cruise liner, I remember that.
He always has to build something really good to blow everyone's mind. You know, I think that's his whole deal. I mean, look at these guys, they can't get enough of it.
Congratulations on your new baby.
But I retired, I think, this time for at least 3 months.
Give it 48 hours.
yeah.
We'll see how you feel in the morning. Friday night, it's cruise night. The vehicles are driving. All of a sudden, Gene Winfield is like the barker, right? He's like, step right up, ladies. The cruise liner is about to leave port.
Excuse me, excuse me.
Hello, Victor.
Watch your toes.
Victor is all smiles. He's all for it.
All right, Ian, get in.
There's too many people in here. I don't agree with this. Call the Coast Guard. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. This is exactly what Victor wanted, a party on wheels. Max capacity, and we're about to set sail. People are yelling. Hector, nice ride.
Remember when I first showed you this project, Ian? And said, see that front end of that Zephyr? I want it on that tiki truck, which my brother owned.
That's the whole thing, dude. Every time I'm sitting in here, I'm thinking about Manny and his passion for this vehicle. And here we are, dude. It's happening. Victor is all smiles. It's a tribute to his brother. It was their project, their collaboration for a long time. Here it is revamped. All it took was 2 extra tires. All these vehicles out here, they have 4 tires.
Yeah,
You got them up by 2, baby.
I got them all.
Hot rods are a purely American thing. They started with early Fords mostly, 20s and 30s Fords. As I understand, GIs came home from World War II, and they wanted to go fast. These were made from cheap cars that were just sitting around, just waiting to be hot rodded. The primary reason these cars were modified was to go fast. The looks just kind of followed the function. Chop top, for instance, was to streamline the car. These cars had big, tall, square roofs, so the chop top came about from hot rodding. The big draw to these cars is that they're just a blast to drive. They're lightweight, big horsepower. It's just a pretty gnarly experience. These cars are really desirable. They're making fiberglass reproductions, all steel reproductions, so to find an original surviving all-metal body, that's the best starting point.
Ian and I have been friends for a while. We've worked on several projects together. He gets excited coming over here to see all the projects that I have. I like things a little more simple, and Ian's way more creative.
This is like ideal hot rod material. It's a little bit too far gone if you needed to restore it. All the mechanical parts are junk, but for a hot rod, this body is really good. There's a show coming up. I just want to go see what's around, get some inspiration, and start this new project. The Ventura Nationals has gone through a couple different transitions. It used to be called the Primer Nationals, but the primered cars have evolved into, like, you'll see, full custom blowout. This show is happening. Looking at other 31 Fords, this is like straight cool traditional custom. This is a lot like Don's in that it's a highboy. It's on the stock frame. It's running a Chevy V8 motor. It's just, you know, this is a really clean car. It's the way you would see it done in the 50s or 60s. And it's just a bitchin' look. The way they got the paint set up, it looks kind of old and patinaed. But this is a real hot rod. Good stuff. It's the same year. It's a 31 Ford. It's unchopped. It's a highboy. It's up on top of the frame. This one I consider even more traditional. It has the wishbones, but they haven't been split, so it sits taller. It's got a flathead V8 motor in it. It's totally legit hot rod. It's the real deal. The exhaust on this car is bitchin'. I really like it. It makes a mess, but it looks awesome. It seems like everything with hot rods has been done. I'm always trying to break new ground, but I see these traditional cars that are pretty mellow, and they're damn nice. Kind of on the fence. I know where I want to go, but sometimes you just gotta hold back. We really started this project about a year ago. I built a whole frame for it, and we haven't done anything since. I made a whole front clip look like a stock car. That's when the debate really started.
I wanted to lengthen it out about 8 inches just so we'd have more room in the cab of the car. I'm trying to build it as comfortable as I can.
The problem with extending the wheelbase is it's not that Model A hot rod that you see on the lakes in the 50s. Those cars were running a stock wheelbase most of the time, and that's the look.
But I was going for more of the practical look, had to make it comfortable.
Don really wanted room in the footwell, so we ended up making the chassis 6 inches longer. For the rear part of the frame, I used 2x3, 1/8 wall, and I used the Model A frame as a template where I put this little jog in it. I just set that up and took the 2x6, just made a join and then plated them with a 1/4 inch plate on the outsides all the way around. We don't have a proper hot rod front axle, so I'm looking for something that looks like it. Don's got a 59 Ford truck in the back, and I think I can modify that to work. Since we need a front axle for the 31, I did this on another car, like a T-bucket I built. I used a truck axle. So it's cool because these straight axles, they have hydraulic brakes. They got the old school wide 5 bolt pattern. The cool thing about this axle is Don's already got it. It's here, it's got a great brake setup. A lot of guys would convert their cars to truck brakes, and really that's the main benefit. I'm just using the whole axle, but it's all about stopping. It's a no-brainer. I'm just gonna cut off the leaf spring mounts and create a new mount for the hot rod style spring. All right, so that's the deal. The main thing I'm gonna have to do before I start, see these pads where the old leaf springs used to mount? I'm gonna cut straight through and then weld a bracket on to hold the new radius rods. I'm cutting off the brackets that held the parallel leaf springs. That's the way the 59 truck was set up, but I want a transverse leaf spring. I'm making new mounts to hold this new style spring. It's pretty straight ahead, it's just gotta be really strong. I'm making a setup so that it holds the radius rods and the spring. So it's really just a bunch of 1/4 inch plate. It's basically just a big steel gusset structure that locates the axle. That's all. That's what I do, man. Just using what's available. Anybody can get in the catalog and pick a number, but I'm making it. This axle's done. I painted it black. It's a very simple thing, just a bunch of bolts at this point, and it's ready to roll. Don ordered the radius rods from the catalog.
I don't have a problem with ordering from the catalog. I'm trying to make his job a little bit easier.
Don had the rear end he wants to use, so I put on some brackets, hooked up the 4-link kit. Now we got a rolling chassis. This body is 80, 90, whatever years old. It's super old. We had to take it and do a bunch of work underneath. We got replacement wheel arches, a couple replacement quarters, and it's really just cut and weld. Bodywork, sand, sand, sand. We finally get the thing pretty dialed in. It's time to see how it looks as a roller. Don's got the treasure. He's got this Chevy truck steering box, but it ain't gonna work. The stock truck steering box is just one long rod. It's a straight shot from the steering wheel to the box. The Model A is way smaller, so we gotta bend it a bit. Took the steering shaft, cut it a few times, put in 2 universal joints and a couple mounts. There you have it. It's a bent steering rod, and it works perfect. The whole deal is getting the steering wheel in a comfortable position to drive. The steering box is pretty far off from where it would have been in the stock location. Car's lower, so we had to modify the steering shaft. Getting the steering column together was pretty important. You can research or think about anything as much as you want, but the proof is in the test, and it works great. Once I saw the body on the chassis, all I could think was chop top. But Don's hesitant.
This car is an all original, it's an all steel car. I would like to keep it looking as much like an original car as I can. That's why I'm really dragging my feet on chopping the top on this one.
In the end, Don's looking for a comfortable driving car, so no chop top. I'm just trying to help Don build his car. Every Model A has a hole in the roof. You can't get around it. One of the cool factors is it really gives you an opportunity to kind of make your mark. I've been looking around all over, trying to figure out what's gonna be cool. Don's got a bunch of van roofs, he's got car hoods, car trunks, all kinds of stuff. Looking around, I come up on this Mustang hood, and it's pretty thrashed. This is a '69 Mustang hood. The car got wrecked. I cut it out about the same size as the roof opening in the Model A. It's got a neat crease down the center, and it's worthless as a replacement hood. So we were talking about using it to fill the hole in the roof. The contour fits, and it's got this cool little detail in the roof. The selling point to me was the ridge in the hood. The ridge in the hood immediately made me think of a 50s trick where they would put these little air vents in the roof of the car. So that's really what I was hoping to do. I mean, I already had this thing built in my head. This is a huge sheet metal panel, and I don't want to warp it. There's a million ways to jig it up, but I found that tech screws, just screwing it down every few inches, works perfect. So that's the plan. Just screw it down. We'll come back and fill up the holes later with weld. Pretty much it. We'll just weld this on. It's going to take a long time to make all the tack welds. It's about 16 linear feet of welding, so stand by. It's all screwed together, and there's no warps or kinks, so it's going to be a slow welding process, round and round for hours. It takes so long to spot weld a big panel like this. I mean, your thoughts can go anywhere, but mostly for me, it's like the sound of a long, empty hallway with a slight breeze coming through it. It's just nothing. You can't think too much when you're doing this or you go crazy. It takes a long time. The satisfaction comes in the end result, because a lot of guys will want to work through it too fast, and I know what happens. I've been there. So really, I've trained myself to just slow down time. Just take your time and do it right. It's not that hard to weld this on correctly.
And the whole deal is not heating it up. And if you do heat it up, you gotta know how to recover from it. And that's really where the hammer welding comes in. Each time the weld cools down, it shrinks a bit. So nothing's perfect. Some spot welds will be hotter than others. So if you find that it's starting to oil can on you, it gets out of shape, you gotta hammer it back before you do the next weld. It's really just keeping the metal under control. It's just a slow process. You gotta do it right. Once the welding's all done, you just grind it out. It's the same deal that you don't want to heat it up because you can warp it when you're grinding it. So you gotta know where you're going. Just take your time and get it right. When I'm grinding it, I'm just making sure I don't heat it up. I try to keep the edge of the disc on the weld. Never hit the sheet metal. It's really just, you gotta pay attention. Last part of the equation is the Bondo. Mix it up, fill it, go on to primer. The whole purpose of the Bondo is to level the surface. So you mix it up, spread it, cut it back real fast. Get as much of the material off as possible because you want the paint to be as close to the metal as possible. The whole idea with Bondo is using as little as possible. So I like to work fast. I found that I can use this big old saw blade and it's like 10 grit sandpaper. So if you use it right, it goes really quick. You just sling off the high spots real fast, just go to 36 grit after that. Don's car is bitchin' and all, but it's really not the creative entity that I am looking for. It's like, this is like work, you know? I'm at work here. I'm trying to make a really bitchin' car, but I gotta get back to my shop. There's something I've been looking to finish, and I gotta get to it. The whole idea with this being on airbags is it's gotta function. It's gotta move up and down pretty quickly. It's gotta look cool and be strong. Everything seems to be working, but you never know what could go wrong. I mean, this is a raw chassis. Everything seems to be operating, but I'll never know until I get the thing assembled, so we'll see. Spent a bunch of time getting some stuff done on my car, and that's cool. But really, I love to finish projects. Don's car is so close, it's good to get back here. I'm really looking forward to driving the thing.
It's great to have Ian back. While he was gone, I was finishing up on running the brake lines, the fuel lines, some of the electrical that's going into the car. And now that he's here, now we can get down to business on getting that thing closer to being fired up.
Mechanically, Don's got down on all the hoses, wires, brake lines, emergency brake cable. Everything mechanical is complete. Bolting in the drive shaft and modifying the rear forelink are the last two things, and mechanically, it's there. Cool factor times 10. We got some Coker tires, installed some radial white walls, 165s in the front, 235s in the back. It's got the classic big and little hot rod look. The diameter of the rear tires looks great. The frame has got the proportions I like. You gotta see it with the body on. That's what makes it all together. That's what makes it count. Well, the body's in good position. I gotta see what this thing looks like. Been waiting a long time. A lot of effort's gone into getting this far, so let's see what it looks like in the sunlight. I like it, sir.
I like it too.
It's so nice to finally see this car going someplace. It's been sitting for 40 some odd years. Now to see it getting so close, I'm so excited about getting that car running and getting it down the road. It is absolutely bitchin'. I couldn't have asked for a better car.
You've seen this car kind of mocked up 100 times already, but with the tires and the paint, this thing is ready. It's looking good. The last bit of fabrication is the exhaust dumps. Don's got a bitchin' set of headers, and they need mufflers. We're bolting on the headers, and I'm gonna fabricate the rest of the exhaust. Don got these old school glass packs, and he wants to run them underneath the doors along the frame like that. Took a whole bunch of cut and welds, but it actually gave it a better shape in the end. I trimmed it back until it has this like flowing rearward, kind of a mellow curvature. It looks good. That's pretty much the layout. I'm gonna take it off and finish weld it, sand it up nice. Don's gonna paint the whole assembly black. So the last bit is just to put a gasket on here, a
I'm not gonna put it together finally until we're really done, but this is the gist of it. So you got it and it's shut off. It flows out through the mufflers. So it's a 2.5 outlet to a 2-inch end pipe and muffler. But if he goes out to the salt flats or just wants to annoy his neighbors, you can open it up. It'd be like a marching band coming down the street. Without mufflers, this car will be pretty rowdy. You know, everybody would know who's coming through town. Don's looking to be a little more discreet. He's a little more mature than I am.
We're ready to install this.
And aftermarket air cleaner, that looks just fantastic.
Usually wiring a car for me is kind of tedious, but I'm gonna try out this wiring harness kit. It looks like it's all there. It's painless, so they say. And all the wires are labeled. Pretty slick. Cool factor number 2, we got a wiring kit from Painless. It's a big hassle to come up and build your own wiring harness from a bare fuse block. So we got this kit and it has everything. The crazy thing about wiring harnesses is there's always a million wires. And this one is color-coded. Each wire is labeled. It's like a tiny little silkscreen machine. I don't know how they do it. Every wire tells you what it goes to. So although it looks like a crazy bundle, they're all telling you what to do with them. It's really a time saver. And it's pro, you know it works. They got a great reputation. We're there. All we gotta do is button up a few things, start it, and run it.
Oh, look at that. Boy, somebody will see me from miles away. Perfect. Another wonderful job by FM Ian.
The final step of the whole freaking build. We're there. Don's gonna set up some tool to raise the oil pressure. The motor's been sitting for years, so Don needs to bring up the oil pressure and then rotate the engine a few times and get everything lubricated. I'm pretty stoked. Don turned the key and the thing popped right off. It fired right away. The compression and everything in the motor seems cool. It's firing fine, but it's not delivering fuel. I'm not sure what the deal is. It's pulling the fuel up out of the tank, but it's like sort of just pulsing. It's not really delivering the gas the way it should. For some reason, the gas isn't getting to the engine. Don's gonna set up something with a fuel pump or whatever, but I gotta take off. I gotta pick up a car and deliver it to another client. So I'm gonna come back in about an hour. Should wrap this up and we're gonna run this thing. We're ready to rock. I'd say a significant event occurred in my absence. This fire could have got out of control. Apparently there was too much fuel pressure and the whole engine seems to have caught on fire.
Let's get outside.
What happened was the seat in the carburetor stuck open. So it was pushing all the fuel out of the carburetor, and I think there was a spark when I went to pull off the wire, and I think that's what ignited it.
It takes a lot to get me excited. I'm a pretty mellow dude. So, you know, seeing a car that was freshly incinerated, it's pretty exciting. I can't say I was really disappointed because it's exciting, you know? I'm into that kind of stuff. It's a bummer, the car's filthy now, but pretty cool. Not everybody catches their brand new car on fire.
It's not going to run tonight. It will run. It will make it to the show. It's just going to take cleanup time now.
Yeah, well, nothing's burnt. It's just dirty.
No. Very minor damage.
Well, apparently getting gas isn't the problem now. It seems to get plenty of fuel. So I think we solved that problem. I guess all we got to do is wash it up and run it.
It's running. It's ready to go. We're going to the show. Well, I had to clean up the mess after the fire, and that was a little challenging, but we got all the powder off of the car. Have not fixed one burnt wire yet, but that'll get fixed later on, and adjusted the timing on it, and it's good to go.
I'm really happy with the way this whole build went because the car is easy to get in and out of. It's a nice car to drive. It handles well, it corners well, it stops well, and the wife can get in and out of it well. I'm just so tickled. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything more, or a person of Ian's caliber to help me with my own personal project. Working with Ian, he has taught me that you can make things absolutely bitchin' with the simplest tools, the simple material, that you can take something and make the most awesome stuff with it. That I have learned from him. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, this is assembling it for the first time. It's still kind of a mock-up. I don't know if it's actually gonna work, but I got a pretty good idea, so we'll see. This car is really kind of the opposite of what Don's is. His is for the street, this is for the show. It's high fashion. All it does is get off the trailer, show up at the club, and do its dance. It has no other purpose except to get attention. The hardest part about this is that this is a finished, pristine show car. It's not like a mock-up. So I'm really trying to be careful. I want to assemble it, polish it, and show it. I got my car put all back together. The front suspension works great. I got it on the trailer and it's off to the rodeo.
Really excited, fire's out, car runs, and we're here. Very happy. I've had a lot of good reaction. The family just loves it. They can't wait to go for rides in it.
Seeing Don happy with the car, excited to drive it, I mean, that's what it's all about. Working with people and getting that type of response makes it happen for me.
I guess what kind of engine? Like Pontiac, Oldsmobile?
Oldsmobile.
Okay.
48, yeah. Yeah.
How does it go?
Drives like a jalopy. It's
yeah?
Like
it's like got some poop?
It's like an angry little go-kart.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that like about a 38-bone body?
It's a Chevy.
Oh, it's a Chevy?
Yeah, it's a 31 Chevy. See all the extra lines in the body? Yeah.
Well, what was it, a two-door sedan or a...
It was a four-door.
Oh, and you shortened it up?
Everything, yeah. Yeah, I shortened it a little.
Made it...
The whole
channel, chopped it,
channeled it, sectioned it, and painted the mother pink.
Well, what a car. I've never seen nothing like that in my life, and I've been around for 77 years.
Right on.
That's cool.
To finally finish this monumental task and have people stoked on it is really rewarding. You know, I built the car for me, but the people like it. I recently went to this dune buggy show just to see what's going on in the scene, and it's happening. This type of car has been built for decades. It started out with simple tube frame and advanced into this fiberglass body. At the car show, you see all kinds, and people just dig them. The early dune buggies are super desirable. They're still around, but they're harder to get. What you're seeing a lot of is reproduction stuff with really high-tech performance goods. The cool factor in this type of car is that it's super unique. They're about having a good time, and everybody does it their own way. The Myers Manx is kind of the standard. It has the reputation of being the coolest, most sought-after classic fiberglass buggy. Yeah, the fellow across the way said that this was the original, the real deal Manx. I guess this one sits on an original VW floor pan that's shortened. And just looking around it, you can see a lot of the parts are all VW Bug. Seeing all these dune buggies got me charged up. I'm ready to get this thing going. Don claims to have an old fiberglass buggy and a chassis back in one of his shops. He's got like 5 buildings, huge, all full of cars. He said just kind of look around. I guess there's a lot of stuff in here. He's not sure where it is. There's got to be a million cars here, and it's been sitting for decades. This car could be anywhere. Don's got stuff piled on top of stuff.
Ian wanders around the boneyard here looking at this and scratching his head all the time. And I asked him, what are you thinking about? He goes, the next project. So we have lots of stuff here to work with.
The whole game plan here is search and destroy. It's gonna be a lot of digging, fighting a lot of cobwebs, but if he says it's here, I bet it is. He's got a pretty good memory.
There's stuff that can be hot rods out there. They could be gassers. They could be lead sleds. There's a variety of cars that I have here.
There's just so much stuff here. Maybe I'm not gonna build the fiberglass buggy. He's got a bunch of tube frame rails. He's got some Jeeps. There's all kinds of stuff. If I don't find this buggy, it's definitely gonna be something in these buildings. Now this is slick. Oh man. This Sterling is kind of a funky car. It's probably why it's sitting back here in the shop. They have a look, but it's not the look I need. Everybody's got their taste in vehicles. You look at Don's collection, he's got Mustangs, muscle cars, bitchin' trucks. I pull out the junky old dune buggy from the back corner. This is what I'm looking for. Perfect. It's pretty freaking rough, but these bodies weigh like 150 pounds. This is perfect. He's got a chassis here. It looks like it's 68 or 70. It's all here. All the brakes are here. Emergency brake, steering, suspension, transmission. This must have been somebody's buggy project that they never got to. This is perfect. This buggy's the real deal. It's a 60s survivor. I don't know where it came from. Don's wife, all growing up, her family vacations were dune buggies at the dunes. It could be her father's, mother's, brother's, cousin's, uncles. There was a lot of dune buggies going on in this family, and this thing's still here, untouched for decades.
That old dune buggy body was something that my father-in-law had dug up years ago out in the desert from a guy that his son had crashed it. So the front end has pretty much been busted off of it, the gel coat shot, and it is in really rough condition. It really needed to be cut up and thrown in the trash can. It was that bad.
It's like a Halloween costume. I love it. See, this is super light. This is perfect. Done. Let's drive it. The only thing I can see for me as a down point is the body is thrashed. It seems like the nose was either broken off or cut off. There's a really bad patch job across the whole front of the car. The car was segmented at some point in its life.
It should be straight now. It all sits on the floor now.
Yeah, because that was the thing too. The whole thing was really crooked.
It was put on like
right.
that.
It's like somebody had it set up on a freaking crate on one side and then glassed it together. I was really hoping that this thing might be sanded and actually a nice glossy paint job on it, but Smiley's super busy. What he did was what I asked him. He got the thing back in action. Structurally, it's there. I gotta take it, sand it down, bond to it, and get it ready for paint. Well, that's the thing, man. I think I could do all the finished body work. It was just this structure that I was clueless. I wanted to be sure it was done right.
He works pretty much exactly like an artist in the studio works. He has an idea, and he musters the resources that he needs to make it happen. And he's got a number of projects going at the same time. But he works pretty much as if a painter would be working in the studio. He's got everything there. I don't think he really even works with assistants much. He certainly doesn't work on a kind of a manufacturing kind of capacity. He's definitely hand building everything with hand tools in a studio situation. It's not a factory. That's unique craftsmanship, that's unique artistry. And I mean, because he's designing stuff completely on his own, I would not put those in any other different category than like fine art. The fact it's got wheels and motors, that doesn't make any difference at all. I think he's making art. I don't think he'll admit it.
Brought the body back to Don's. I put it on the chassis and I want him to check it out. I got a couple good ideas and I think he'll go for it. This is the car that was all the way in the back there, and I think it's got potential. It looks rough, but it ain't that rough. What I'm gonna have to do is shorten the chassis. This is a stock bug floor pan. It was laying in the back there too, but you can see how the tires are out of place.
With the body sitting on the pan, the pan hasn't been shortened yet. It looks a little odd. It's still looking a little rough around the edges, but I have a lot of faith in Ian on this project. Well, this would be great. This would be a little go-around deal for the wife around the yard here.
It's a pretty unique body. That's why I picked it.
It's gonna be cool. To see this old girl come back to life is gonna be really, really something. Seeing it a rolling project now looks a lot better than seeing where it was before. And it's starting to come along. It's still rough, but there's hope at the end of the tunnel here.
Don's got a body and a chassis. I got a VW engine and a few other parts. I think this thing can come together quick. Right on, man. Well, I'm gonna wheel it out of here and get to it.
Okay.
After I left Don's, I gave this car a good coat of primer. It's pretty much ready for fabrication. I got it back here in my shop and it's time to start the fun part. The stock VW Bug is 15 inches longer than this fiberglass body, so the first step is to cut this thing in half. For a lot of people, cutting a car in half would be a real trial. I've done this so many times, it's like a 2-hour process. I'm gonna cut this chassis in half, shorten it 15 inches, and get on with it. The whole mode of how I'm putting this thing together is to work through it as quickly as possible. I'm gonna get the structure in place and then put whatever linkages I need in later. Shortening this chassis isn't a big deal for me, but I'm really making it mine. It's finally, I'm doing some work on it. It's been just conceptual up to this point, so it's cool because I'm starting to make some decisions. Inside the VW pan, there's a whole bunch of stuff. You have cables that control the heater, you have a throttle cable, you have a clutch cable, you have emergency brake cables, you have a shifter rod, and a brake hose, the brake line. When I put the engine in, I'm gonna put all these tubes back in the chassis, so I'm not even concerned with it at this point. Deal. You see, there's really nothing to it. It's pretty straight ahead. So I'm making all the cuts just a little bit short of where they should be. The idea being I'll slip this thing together and slowly make cuts until it fits within a 1/16 of an inch so I can weld it nice. Push the chassis back together, shorten the wheelbase. It looks great. I'm gonna weld it up and put the body on. It's the first time with the proper wheelbase. I knew that this body was built for a VW chassis, but this is a later model than the body was. These were for 60s Beetles that had a swing axle. This is probably a 1970 or so. So I really wanted to put the body on once the chassis was shortened and be sure it fit. I never knew if it would fit until now. All my calculations are correct. Put the body back on the chassis. It looks great. I'm stoked. Now it's down to just getting the dune buggy specific parts put together. The whole idea with a roll cage is you just want room to live. You know, if something goes wrong, you want the passenger and the driver protected. The roll cage is the silhouette. It's the big part of the proportion of the car. I just want to make sure that it looks right. This hoop fits the car perfectly. It's definitely too tall. I designed it that way so I can adjust it. It's really just about making the second hoop and then putting the crossbars in. It's all about how I fit in the car. Don has got piles and piles of stuff. I found these two cool seats in one of his shops, and they fit the bill. When I'm setting up a car, sit in it, it's all about how I fit. If the seat fits me, it's gonna fit almost everybody. Yeah, that windshield height's perfect. So the back hoop will be just above my head, and it'll have two tubes going forward. So, same deal as this. I'm gonna make one more hoop, cut 4 bars to cross over the center and go back and attach it to the car body. You can see these bodies are made to have this exact style roll cage. See how it fits in perfect down the corner? It's like when they did the glass, they designed it to have a roll cage in there. So you see it fits right in. This is good for me. I mean, there's plenty of leg room. You know, by shortening the car, you think, oh, we're gonna make it unusable, but remember, this Bug was a 4-seater, as small as it is, so I'm actually sitting where the front seats should be, just a little bit further back. Everything looks good. I just need to make the cross members on the roll cage, and it's a done deal. The whole thing with this is usability. It's gonna put some structure back in it because this fiberglass is pretty beat up, but this design is really so you can get in and out really easy. You know, you got some monkey bars to hold on to. So that's the deal. You know, when you're going around the dunes and you need something to hold on to, you got it. And then to get out, you got a handle. And it looks cool. Ever since I started this project, I've been thinking about the engine. Searching around at Don's, as usual, he's got so much stuff. I find an electric motor for a forklift. Just in a pile of parts, you know, there's this electric motor, there's a bunch of switches, speed controllers, just electric stuff. Just got me thinking. I mean, an electric dune buggy, nobody's got that. I have to put power to it and see what it's gonna do. It's a pretty sad state. This motor sounds more like a siren or something. It's really grinding, it's whining. Electric motors are typically silent, and this one sounds like something terrible. It'll be the only dune buggy with a real, authentic engine sound. The crazy thing is this motor's operating. I put 6 volts and then 12 volts to it. It spins free. It's just making a weird noise. Full speed ahead with this program. I don't care what it sounds like as long as it works. This motor has to plug in to that shaft. This shaft is what spins the gearbox. That's basically what we gotta do is stick that thing onto that thing. The big challenge in this motor swap is the coupler. I'm having to create some kind of a cockamamie idea that mates this forklift motor to the Volkswagen transaxle. The coupler's gotta be strong and it's gotta be balanced. I found a shaft that matches the VW transaxle. I got a collar that matches that diameter shaft, and I'm gonna weld it together and run it. I just transferred these holes to this square frame. So this face goes up against the transaxle. same bolt pattern as the Volkswagen engine, and they're centered so that the two drive shaft things are lined up. I put together some really hairy contraptions. This thing is pretty dialed in. It's loose, but it's gonna work. It seems like it's gonna work. That fits the Volkswagen transaxle. What do you think about that? It's gotta work. I'm going off the standard VW gearbox, so it has a neutral, which is perfect. I don't have to worry about the tires spinning. So it's kind of a safety mode. I'm just gonna hook up the motor and run it, see what happens with no stress on it. The big question mark is, how does this thing spin? So being in neutral and running it 6 volt and then 12 volt, it's cool. It's not perfectly balanced, but it's damn good. This part of the process is the final step. As long as we get this speed controller mounted, it's onto the paintwork. Nothing in this build has been that big of a challenge except for the electronic components. That's the big task here in the whole project.
Making progress?
Yeah, I did exactly what you said on your sketch. I couldn't get 4 6-volt batteries, so I mixed it up. I got a golf cart battery, a truck battery, a boat battery, and a forklift battery. So it's kind of like Tetris in here, but it works.
Well, it looks like everything's hooked up properly. And then this is your switch circuit here?
I couldn't find a slide switch or a rotary. So you know, with the 6-volt, it was really just a bump to get it rolling.
Okay.
So it's push button, so it'll go. 6 will just get you rolling, and then that's cruising speed. The second gear is 12 volts. Third gear is 24 volts. And because I don't know if that 36 is gonna fly, I just put it on a momentary. If it seems like it's gonna work, we could just put a switch there. So let's see if it works.
Yeah, just run it. That is rad, man. I'm telling you what. I didn't think it'd go that quick. And he's still got 4 gears.
It's a little spooky when right out of the box it works, you know? Speed controllers operated fine. There's power, there's speed. We're ready to rock.
See that? It worked. That is brilliant. Dude!
Totally works.
Right on. Awesome.
Yeah. Now that this car is running, I looked at it driving around a little bit. It's kind of bland. The body's a cool shape, but it's just one big blank thing. No trim work, nothing. It's just a shape. I want to do some kind of graphic thing. It's got to be an exciting car. It's a fun car, so I got to come up with something cool. Graphics are really time-consuming. 3M gave us a whole ton of tape, so I'm going to use every bit of it. I'm going to tape off the whole body of this car and come up with a cool graphic job. I got a silver car, I want red stripes, so I'm going to tape it off everywhere so that the only part that gets the paint is where I want the red. The wild thing about this is I have so many lines going on, I'm not going to know what it looks like until it's painted. This is just an idea. The whole deal is it's got to be symmetrical, and it's a million pieces of tape on this, so they got to seam together flawlessly, because if tape doesn't line up, the paint doesn't look right, doesn't look pro. I don't have a lot of experience with paint, so I really don't know what this is going to look like until it's finished. Really, once the clear coat is on, that's the finished result, and a painter that's done this knows where he's going. I'm just going. Eastwood gave us a whole urethane kit. It's got this red base coat. You just thin it out. It has no catalyst. It's super easy to use. You just mix it and spray it. It worked out really good. I didn't talk to Don about any graphics. He saw the car primered and loved it, so I hope when I show it to him, it flies. It's kind of dim where I was spraying it, so I rolled this car out in the sun to check it out, and it's pretty much the moment of truth. Did I make it? I started peeling it back and the glitter was just popping. The sunlight was hitting that, it looked great. And then Dawn shows up.
I don't know, Ian. Red's not one of her favorite colors. Oh, but that glitter sure looks nice.
Even though red might not be your favorite color, come on. Every gal is a fiend for glitter.
Shit, love the glitter.
Right? Look at that metal flake.
Oh, wow. That's
Old
really
school
starting to
dune
come
buggies.
alive now. That looks really cool.
When Don saw this thing in the sunlight, he was sold right there. He thought Patty, even though red wasn't her favorite color, he thinks she's gonna dig it. Not only do you have glittering lightning bolts, but you got a double red line there.
That looks really cool.
I'm stoked that the paintwork happened. That was a little touch and go, but it worked out perfect. So once this base coat sets up a little, I'll clear coat it, and then really it's just like put on the headlights, put in the interior, and she's ready to roll. I think 3 days is good.
Yeah, when he pulled the tape off and it was done, and the clear coat was the next step, I knew it was gonna come alive then. It looks absolutely great. Wonderful, wonderful.
Be just in time for her birthday, man.
Be perfect.
Hope
Be a
she
great
likes it.
surprise. Oh, she's gonna love it.
All right.
Okay, I'm going back to work.
I'll be here. This isn't a really technical paint job, but it's way further than where I was going originally. And that's the thing, once you get excited about something, just keep going with it. Finally got the car all dialed in. Road tested it for a while, seats are in, carpet's laid. It's time to show it to her. Don and I are gonna reveal the dune buggy, and I really hope Patty likes it.
She knows we've been working on something. She doesn't know what we've been working on. So I think this is gonna be a total thrill for her. She's been around the dune buggy stuff all her life. Her dad used to take her out, cruise in the desert many, many, many times. So, and she's such a tomboy. This is gonna work out perfect for her.
Don't walk me into something.
And here is your birthday present.
Oh, I like the red. Wow, this is, oh, and you carpeted it. This is totally cool.
No gas, all electric.
Oh, wow.
You can hot rod this around all you want around the compound here.
That's so neat. And it has the hubs just like the race car.
Just like Dad's race car.
That's awesome. This is gonna be so much fun.
Hot damn, she loved it. She really, really loved it.
It's way cool. I like that it's sparkly, and I like the red. The pinstripes and everything on it is really cool, draws a lot of attention. It's way cool, I like it.
Yeah, we actually found this back in the shop way back at the end. It was buried under a bunch of stuff, and we restored the whole thing.
That is so cool.
The thing that Patty responded to most was all the reused parts. We're on the same wavelength in that she's not looking to spend a bunch of money. She doesn't want a super fancy car. So the fact that we used all the stuff that was around her family's compound really turned her on.
All of those parts are repurposed from something else. I mean, I don't think he spent hardly a dime on it except for maybe some headlights and a couple other things. I mean, we're into this thing for next to nothing.
So the whole deal is it drives just like a car with the brake and steering, but there's no gas pedal. You just have this switch. So if it's in neutral, the motor just turns on.
Really?
And that's it. That's all you do, is on and off. And there's different speeds. So you don't have to shift. That's your shifter.
I think my favorite thing that Ian did with the car is going electric with it. I think that is just way cool. And it shows how talented he is.
I was kind of nervous because it's electric, so it's different. It's completely different. So I wanted to drive it, but I was also nervous about damaging it or doing something. But it's really cool to drive. It's a lot of fun. I love it!
The cool factor about this whole build was that Patty's family was into dune buggies. I mean, for years, like old school when the thing first happened. So to restore this original survivor and give it back to her, it's like it came full circle.
As far back as I can remember, my dad, he always raced cars, and he always had dune buggies. We always went to Pismo, and he had a Myers Manx, and it was a lot of fun. And just looking at this makes me remember how much fun I had with my dad and with my sisters. And I'm not a girly girl, I'm total tomboy, so this is totally perfect.
Don was totally stoked. His big issue was this was a gift to Patty. He didn't want to end up in the doghouse, so me pulling this off for Don was really like an ace in the hole.
Yeah, Ian did such a wonderful job on that, and my wife is so happy. I don't think we could have got her a better birthday gift than this. It was absolutely fantastic.
My friend Mark, he's a great client. I've done a bunch of projects with him. The last project Mark brought down was a Henry J. He says he's got something newer and wilder than anything we've tried so far.
You know, I'm very fortunate to be one of Ian's clientele. I like Ian just to let his creativity take over the project, because however radical it becomes, the better it is. Love your weather down here, man. This is gorgeous.
Came down from Canada, and he's into the wild stuff. Definitely not into the restoration aspect of things, and that's right up my alley.
I can show you this before we actually show you the project to be. Originally, this whole idea came about by a drawing, and he's the only one that I can think of that could actually pull this one off.
He said it was a Volkswagen.
It's a Volkswagen.
Shows me this drawing of this pretty wild cartoon hot rod. I'm all on board. So it's like a front engine Volkswagen bus hot rod thing. Just like the Ed Roth monster cars, this is right in that vein. It's just a new style on it. And I think pushing it forward is always really cool. So I was excited to see what Mark had in the trailer.
This isn't like the last thing I brought you. Okay. It's in a little more disrepair.
It's a mighty short Volkswagen you got there. It was not what I expected. Here come the clowns. Must have been a rare factory option. Mark pulls out this shortened VW bus and just a ton of other random parts from the trailer.
The drivetrain on this thing is, it's out of a 1965 AMC Rambler. You know, very unique, you know, you don't find them anywhere.
A fine piece of machinery. This engine looks pretty rough, but Mark says it's a runner. I don't mind seeing a crusty old engine. It's all about what's happening inside. I know we can clean and paint it. Well, somebody stepped the chassis down pretty good.
This came off a 34 Plymouth rat rod that I had bought. So I thought, well, let's throw AMC running gear in a Plymouth frame, and then now we're gonna put a Volkswagen body on it. You know, let's mix up all of it.
I like having clients that are all on board. You know, they think I can accomplish anything. Unfortunately for me, the anything gets wilder and wilder. The big challenge is to make it look like the drawing. The stuff Mark's pulled out of the truck looks nothing like what we're going for. All right, so that's a roller. I was really looking forward to just doing the creative, aesthetic portion of this build. After the situation with the chassis revealed itself, it's like I got to start from scratch. I'm gonna cut this chassis up, man. It's the only way around it. So we're on to plan B. The frame is bent. My idea is to use the existing components in the chassis, fit them up around this engine in a proportion that looks most like the drawing. Mark says this engine has been sitting for a while, and the typical statement of, ran great when it was parked. Turns over, it's not seized. I'll clean this engine up later. I want to get it in place and mock the whole car up around this engine. I learned this technique when I was 5 years old, playing blocks in the living room. It's the same process. I got an A+ on that course, by the way. I cut up this van for a project I just finished. We only used the chassis and the mechanical components. I cut the whole rig in half. While I was doing that, I was thinking ahead to this, and I saved all the sheet metal parts that we're gonna use for this one. So I'm just down to pieces of sheet metal, which is a great starting point. I don't know how much of it I'm gonna use, and that's why I gotta mock it up. So according to our schematic, there's a large hole burrowed straight through the center of the donor vehicle and then is inserted up to the valve covers on the engine. Let's try that. I'm always really excited about a project for the first few days because that's when all the inspired stuff happens. The fun part is just the possibilities of it. You know, at this point, it's just a blank canvas and I can go in any direction I want. That's really the spice of the whole project, is figuring out what you're gonna do. This drawing is done by an artist named Johnny Jalopy. He does a lot of really far-out car illustrations that exaggerate reality. So my challenge is to take these proportions and the flavor of his drawing and transfer it into three-dimensional steel. The whole thing in starting off is just getting the parts physically on the floor, see what their dimensions are. I have a feeling this project is going to be all about proportion, and there's nothing resembling typical car proportions that I could see so far. See, already we're off. See, this is showing a short wheelbase, the tire intersecting the corner of that door. So you can see the tire should be as tall as that handle and come way forward. Mark brought this set of white wall tires. A tall, skinny white wall would be the best option, and they're just really hard to find. Mark has these two, and I'm gonna try to make them work. What I'm trying to do is make this tire look as big as possible. And the only way I'm gonna get that is making that body smaller. Well, it's apparent this whole thing just got way more involved than I first considered. By looking at the drawing, I can tell that the nose doesn't look anything like it. The doors are way out of proportion. The A-pillars are wrong, the roof is wrong. So really all I'm seeing using as a starting point is like a bare skeleton. I'm gonna cut it long ways, short ways, sideways, up ways, and down ways. Well, the whole thing with this chassis is it's set up as like a T-bucket hot rod. You know, it's a short wheelbase, big engine, big tires. That's the look. My challenge is to take this utility vehicle and somehow morph it into this cool hot rod shape. If you ever sat in an early model pickup truck, 34 Ford for instance, they're miniature. So this is just getting closer to those proportions. I basically just need to shorten the door by a foot. Any moving part, once you start sectioning, it starts to get a little sketchy. I chose to leave all the latching mechanisms and the hinge mechanism in place. That way I had a 3-point reference, 2 hinges and 1 latch. By leaving all the factory components in place, it's just a huge time saver. All I did was cut through the sheet metal and put it back together. I think I'm onto something. This is looking good. I like the proportions of the lower half of the body, but there's really no other way to go about this other than to recreate an entire new top of the car. We're not out of the woods yet, man. This is a good start. I'm gonna put this good quarter panel on and see how it looks. It's all about moving forward. You can take that to the bank. I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at that, and I'm very happy with it. His picture shows the bed being a little bit bigger, but I think this nails it. The shorter bed makes the wheel look bigger, and that's a win. All right, so today's adventure, that does not look like that, so I'm going to make it. How's that sound? The drawing shows an earlier split window. We've got a later bay window bus. I want to make this look just like the drawing, so I have to build a whole new windshield frame and dashboard. I just took 2 pieces of sheet metal, put them in the brake, and created this flange that the window glass will attach to via a rubber gasket. Next, I made some cardboard templates that'll represent the glass. Then, I built the top and center of the frame. The roof on the drawing is a super unique shape, and I'm trying to figure out how to make that happen. When I was at the VW car show, I was looking at a bug roof from the back, and it just gave me an idea. I have one of these domes, and it's just way more pronounced than the bus roof. If you really look at the Beetle, you'll see that towards the windshield, it flattens out. It's the most curvy right above the back window. So I cut the rear portion of the roof off and stuck it on here backwards, and it worked perfect. What's not to like about that? That's it. See, his drawing has a really nose-down attitude. You don't even care. This is a breakthrough. This is a moment. The roof still needs a lot of work, but just to get this dome and put it in place is a big breakthrough. That's the proportion. I'm using this round tube to create the front of the visor on the roof, and this is going to represent a drip rail all the way around the perimeter. Just slapping a piece of sheet metal on, looks pretty loose, ragged, so this gives the sheet metal a definite formed edge. No sharp metal, nice rounded edge, and it's strong. Now that I see this, I am genuinely impressed. It looks great. Pretty committed to replicating the drawing as close as possible, but in working with these metal shapes, I think it's given this windshield area an even cooler look. This is just a little more radical. You got some really cool dimension as compared to this, it almost looks flat. It was nice to end the day on a positive note. I'm gonna talk to Mark about the engine situation tomorrow. If we can't find another engine, and this could really set us back. I got the whole front windshield established. The next big challenge is the rear portion of the cab. The drawing doesn't really show what's going on back here, so I'm leaving that open to my interpretation. I got a cool idea where I'm going to utilize the rear tailgate of the van and split it in half and make two. The portion with the rear window will be back here, and then the lower portion with this detail of the body sheet metal will stay here. Being that the cab is so much narrower, the whole rear window frame and the rear hatch have to be reconfigured. It'd be nice to just cut it in half and put it in place, but all the proportions are changed. Taking all the leftover pieces of the car and just refitting them in a way that the hinge mechanism will work and the rear hatch will open and close smoothly. It's just way smaller. So, you want to ride this thing, don't you? I know I do. That opens, you got your breeze. There's room to cruise, man. It's gonna totally work. So, the second part of this is the lower hatch. I'm gonna leave the center. It's twice as much welding. I'm gonna put both sides inward. This is gonna be a tough one to let go. This is coming out cool. Look at it, it's a miniature Volkswagen. Critical element in every build is the envisioning tool. You know, I don't know who else uses one of these, but I've got a number of them. To get this roof right, I'm gonna have to just focus. So you see, anything could happen with this roof line. So if that's coming up like that, I got my two marks. Yeah, see, that's kind of baseball hat style right there. The whole purpose with this technique is to just see how the roof line is gonna flow out. With the original structure in place, it was gonna look like a big hunchback. What I'm trying to do is just take this curve and make it flow gracefully right into the visor over the windshield. The whole thing about this roof and my enjoyment of it, I guess you could say, is just that I'm trying to figure it out as I go along. No preconceptions, just letting the metal tell me where to go. Thought I was gonna use this piece of the old van roof, but it was it's a lot less of a radius than I had anticipated. See, they put this little ridge and then the roof really just flattened out. I need to carry that up all the way to here. I was gonna make one. So the rear portion of the roof is gonna be scratch built. I'm gonna use the slip roller, set it up with a curve, just kind of hand form it into shape and weld it on. Hey look, it's gonna work. So to tie together the whole rear of the roof, it was the same story as the front, just a piece of round tube, just made 2 corners and then a center section. Each time I join the tube, I'm putting a little sleeve inside. Just helps you line everything up, tack it in place, and just move around the perimeter of the roof. This roof's got to be symmetrical, so I'm just starting with the center portion to get that arch going over the top. The left and right quarters are going to have to be made independently. It's a really complex shape on each side, and keeping them symmetrical is the goal. This is like a giant puzzle, you know, and you don't realize what the puzzle looks like until the pieces are mostly into place, and you still got some loose holes to fill in. Sometimes my dyslexia comes into play pretty well. These rear quarters are pretty complex. I'm thinking it's gonna be the easiest way is to just create a series of triangular shapes, tack them together, and then hammer and dolly them into shape. So this metalwork looks pretty raw. It's got a lot of welds. That's just characteristic of this fast-paced work I'm doing. Yeah, actually, from this view, that's the drawing. It's totally got the feel of it. The thing that did it was the raking of that drip rail. No car does that. So only a drawing does that. You can see he's showing a really high crown over the whole thing. I thought I was losing it in the rear area, and it did come down a bit, but it's still pretty hyper-exaggerated. Getting the roof figured out was a big hurdle, a big success, but I really want to get this engine figured out. I'm gonna get on another Skype call with Mark and figure this out.
Ian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey man, how's it going?
Oh, good, man. I'm out of here in a day. So,
oh, cool.
And I'm stoked because I got some news for you.
Yeah?
I have an engine.
Right on.
I'm out of here tomorrow, so my plan is to get home, get this thing loaded, and I'm driving it down to you, and we're gonna put it in this buggy together.
That's great.
The sooner I can get it down to you, the sooner I can bring this thing home. I'd like to bring the van home with me, because otherwise I'm just coming back with an empty trailer. But I'm there to help you, buddy, so whatever it's gonna take, but I'd really like to bring this thing home.
Okay.
I don't know how you feel about that.
What's your time frame?
Well, I'm out of here tomorrow. So it's 2 days to get home, another 2 days to get there, so within a week, buddy.
Okay.
What do you think?
How long are you staying? 6 months?
Oh, is it gonna take that long to put the engine in? Or what?
I don't know. I'm still.
I could stay a week.
Okay.
You can do it? I know you can.
Oh, I could do anything. Yeah, sure. I thought I was making good progress on this, but Mark tells me he's gonna be here in a week, and he wants to take it home with him. I got a lot to do to wrap this thing up, and only a little time to do it. Even though the fabrication is not 100% finished, I needed to get this filler on here, compare it to the drawing, and just see where they're at. Just getting this thing skinned out so that it has its final appearance is a huge hurdle. Have to get finished with the last few elements of fabrication, firstly being the dashboard. I slept with this under my pillow last night, and I thought that I saw something in the dashboard. The drawing isn't very revealing on what the interior of the thing looks like, but I see this little bulge in the line of the dashboard, so I just want to incorporate that element. I'm all about just making things go quickly. So instead of forming something to be the dashboard, I got a pile of stuff, and I think I could find what I need in there. I just need to get away from this bodywork for a while, so instead of standing here in the same spot, I'm gonna move over 10 feet and dig a hole under the table. Something like that. This is a piece of a semi-truck exhaust. I'm thinking the dashboard's gonna be a semicircle, so any tubular shape. It could be a muffler, could be an exhaust pipe, who knows? I got tons of round metal shapes, and if I can find one I can cut apart, I just put it back together. I think this tube will be perfect for the dashboard. As long as it's long enough, I can split it in half. The idea is cut this thing in half, then I have twice the linear footage, mock it up in the body and see where I need to splice it. The whole idea here is simplicity. It's just going to be a rounded shape for the dashboard, and then an element in the center that represents that curve in the drawing. This looks kind of cool, but I think it just looked better with a larger diameter. Just make a pretty good dog bowl, huh? Single serving. Muzzle. Come on, muzzle. Want some water? Thirsty? Come on. Went to fill the dog's water bowl, and I had an epiphany. Wait a second. I was all set to mock up one of those other shapes on the dashboard, and it just occurred to me that I was filling up the perfect thing to go on the dashboard. I think we're just gonna trade out somebody's water bowl. Here you go, drink up. Look at that. Now that is a shape. Stainless steel. You need this? I didn't think so. Right away, I can tell this dog is attached. He's had his face in this bowl since he was born. So there's a level of attachment. I'm gonna have to break it. This is being repurposed. It's just part of what we do here. I know, it's your favorite accessory, but look at that. You have that look of detachment in your eyes. It's time to grow up. It's time for a next chapter in his development. I can put some kind of a gauge right here on the space. This is gonna be painted and finished like the rest of the car. I'm just looking for the right shape. Don't look so concerned, man. I'll get you another one. As soon as I put a weld on this thing, you know, the aroma was coming out. He could smell his saliva just roasting, and I could tell he knew something was up. You know, I'd have to taper him off, talk him down, but he came through all right. The dashboard is a really cool element, and I just want it to look finished. I had these other little shapes that were for some water filter project. They're just little domes. I spliced them into the end of the dashboard, and it just finishes it off. Instead of seeing a rough sheet metal edge, it's a nice curved element. This is a pretty minor detail, but you need a dashboard. I need somewhere to put this set of gauges Mark gave me, and I want it to look like the drawing. Up to this point, I've been working from a line drawing, and that's really helped with the building of the structure of this. Johnny sends a color picture. He's got this really vibrant, kind of toy race car feel. To see a colored in rendering of what the whole thing's supposed to look like, that gives me an idea of the finish. I got this Cruise Night blue metallic from Eastwood, and I added some blue metal flake on top of it. I want to finish the dashboard and paint it first, just to see how it looks. This dashboard is just one hurdle along the way. This is a marathon. Seeing the color rendering of the car really made me want to make this paint job nice. The whole idea with a finished paint job is that it's mirror straight. The easiest spots to pick out are your long, flat panels. Second thing is all your edges is just trying to get these lines razor straight. This portion of the process is really something that I've been fixated on because it takes the metalwork to the whole next level. You can do great metalwork and everything, but it's always gonna need this type of finish. The better metalwork you do, the less filler you're gonna need. I got this 3M Platinum Plus body filler, and it lays out like nothing I've ever used. It's totally smooth, there's no air bubbles in it, and it sands really easy. Once I got the bodywork done, I was ready to move on to paint it. In an effort to stay true to the drawing, I had a guy who does stickers scan this into his machine and cut them out on his vinyl sticker cutter thinger. The whole thing with this project is proportion. If I just stuck a generic number 5 on the side, it wouldn't look like the drawing. So just like the rest of it, I'm gonna try to tailor this graphic on the door so that it fits the proportion of the vehicle, and I think that's just gonna nail it. I'm gonna use this template and make a stencil to paint the graphic on the car. It's basically a 3-color design, so I need to mask it off for that. I've been talking back and forth with Johnny all throughout the progress of this. When he sent me the color drawing of this thing, I could tell he's really pumped.
I could never imagine anybody taking a drawing of mine and building it in real life. Of course, it's a dream. You know, those are the things you hear of the legends did that stuff. You know, the Ross, the Barris, you know, guys like that. Those are guys that took creation from a paper and made him a moving machine that turned into these entities on their own. When I first heard about it, one of my friends on Facebook had messaged me that he saw on Ian's page a post with a picture of my drawing saying, you gotta give the people what they want.
I sent Johnny a message, told him, hey, we're gonna build this thing. What do you think?
And at that moment, I was like, really? Are you kidding me? Cheesy to say, dream come true kind of thing, but you know, it is, you know, that's...
I'm glad that Johnny's on board. Super excited. It makes me really want to do this thing right, get all the details in order. With the metal work, you're creeping up on an end result, but the paint work, you don't realize it until you peel back the wrapper. The whole thing with paint work is it's all setup time. Just like with the block sanding, this graphic takes a ton of time to lay out with the tape work. You don't realize the reward until you peel back the tape, so it's all prep in any paint job. That looks great. The 5 is definitely bigger than the original one, and it looks like the drawing. I'm stoked. Getting this tape peeled back, I could see that all the work I did with the razor blade and fastening the tape to the door came out with a really good result. Yeah, look at that. Looks like a giant cartoon. Seeing this thing come from just a pile of parts to where it's progressed to now makes me just want to keep on pushing, make this thing into a full custom show car. Here it is, Mark's on his way. He says he's got a new engine, and I got a couple things to show him.
I kind of put a little pressure on Ian when I was over there. I said, okay, I understand about the engine problem. I'm gonna take responsibility for that. I'm gonna get you a new one, and I'm gonna personally drive down there and bring it to you.
Is that record time or what?
Oh, I tell you, man, how you doing?
This guy surprises me. Flies in to Canada, he gets in the truck and drives down to Los Angeles. It's pretty ambitious. I guess you're in a rush.
Oh, man, it was get her done and get her down here for you.
Nice.
I'm pretty excited to show them what we got and to see the body in real life. Now, you ready for some bling? I got a little bling for you.
Ah, that'll work.
Figure that'll work?
That looks just like the engine you brought before, but this one is nice.
This one's out of a 1966 Rambler Ambassador.
It even matches the paint color. That's cool. Mark pulled the engine out, and I could tell this dude is serious. That's definitely the same transmission. I think this will just bolt right in. He's really dialed this engine in. He's all about getting it here. So I'm gonna show him what I've been up to. As soon as you said you were gonna handle that engine, I got real serious.
Holy, are you kidding me? He rolls out this body. Not only is it bodywork done, it's frickin' painted. Oh, man.
Mark was stoked. He saw that blue out in the sun, metal flakes shining. I don't think he was expecting me to go that far with it. He was talking about a rat rod. I don't know, this doesn't look like one to me.
This is not a rat rod anymore. This is a frickin' show car. Wow.
I had Johnny send me some vector images of his graphics. He just did a computer-generated thing, and I had templates made at a sticker guy. So it's actually his 5 artwork.
It's killer. Like, you nailed it.
Having an identical engine was really a saving grace. The engine fit perfectly. It was a perfect bolt-in. It looks great. I just need to see it run. Just to get this thing to fire, you know, we hot wired it. Set up a fuel pump, put a couple wires to the starter and the coil, and I just want to fire it off, see what's gonna go on. Prepare for Operation Vacuum Suck.
Okay.
What do we got? Where's the plus? That's the minus, that's the minus.
We're off to an awesome start. We got nothing.
Guess what happened? Nothing. Strike 2. Here Here we go. Mark's off to a record start. Well, the pump worked great when you took it off, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, your track record, man, is like...
Hey, gotta have a little bit of drama.
Uh-huh. Did I hook up the wires wrong? Nope, sure didn't. That's not part of what I do.
Come on.
Uh-huh. He started off with a bunk engine. Now he's got a fuel pump that doesn't seem to be operating.
My heart just sank. You know, okay, the fuel pump's not working. Ian's looking at me like, really?
It's a typical simple thing, you know, those fuel pumps, when they sit around, they tend to not work again, and that was the case here. I'm gonna take care of you, don't worry.
You got plan B for plan B?
Yeah.
He had one, so we moved on to installing his electric fuel pump.
I know the suspense is really getting to you. You're on the edge. Is that tight? There's one last thing I'm gonna give you before we start. Here you go. That's how much faith I have.
Now this is a different coil too, so. But I do
excuse
have
to
the
start.
old original one.
Oh, just one thing, just one other thing
Just
I
one-
have to mention besides the fuel pump. You ready? I'm ready.
In this one day at band camp.
I'm ready. What could possibly go wrong? Aha! Hit the starter, and hey now, it works. All right, man, you're okay after all. You know, I had faith. You're not even gonna need that fire extinguisher today. I think you're good to go, sir. I'm very happy with that. That sounds like a good engine. I think it's on to the next. Johnny's drawing is showing no radiator in the front. You just have this bare grill shell, and that's a cool look. To me, that's the most important factor of the nose of the car. Hiding the radiator in the back is the only way through this. I made all these crazy tubes to get the liquids from the front to the back. This is crash course in plumbing. I'm having to plumb these lines from the water pump under the vehicle into the radiator. And it sounds pretty easy, but when you realize how cramped and small this car is, there's a lot of bending and fitting. Mark's handling all the stuff I don't want to deal with. That can't be spoken any easier, simpler than that. The nice thing about Mark being here is he's going to handle all of these mechanical elements I don't have to deal with.
I seem to get every dirty job that Ian doesn't like to do, wiring, and which I don't mind. I'm here to help. I'll do whatever he wants me to do.
I'm very busy. He's got time to kill. Even though for me this isn't the most thrilling part of the project, I want to make sure all the mechanics are dialed in before we put the body on. It's an issue of scratching the paint that I don't want to do. I'd say that this thing is ready to put the body on. How do you feel about that, Mark?
I'm in. Let's do it. I'm anxious to get the body on there and stand back and just look at this thing for a minute or two before Ian cracks the whip and we're back at it again.
Wait till you see this get-up, Mark. Your prized vehicle is about to be lifted in the most cockamamie, backwoods manner you've ever seen. The way that I work is a little bit different than you'll see in other shops. Open that door, we're going through. So I got this big stick, a couple welding gloves, and a forklift, and we're gonna put his show car together with it.
I'm kind of scratching my head going, really? Is this how we're gonna do it? I mean, it seems a little unorthodox and unsafe and not stable.
Mark was a little alarmed with my technique. You know, he's a certified helicopter engineer guy, right? And I don't think they're putting any airframes together in this manner. I got the forklift, I'm on the controls, Mark's balancing the body. The fate of his show car is literally in his hands.
Definitely not a one-man job. I don't know how he was doing it before, but the way the body goes, it's got to come down the back first and kind of hug around the frame, and then the front drops. And if you go straight back, you're out.
This is the whole deal. I've never seen this painted body on the chassis.
That is one sick ride.
Oh, we'll look at it from here.
Oh, yeah. Man.
That is pretty cool. The goal today is to get these installed, have all the cosmetic parts ready for final assembly, and I gotta paint the headers. Once you see this in place, it just adds that factor that was missing. When you see the white coming out of the fender well, it's giving you the same feeling as the number 5 logo, the white on the roof. It just brings that color down low in the body. I worked on a couple other projects where there's this amazing glue. It's kind of like a crazy glue, and then it has an activator, so it's an instant cure. So it's pretty trick. You definitely don't want to get it on your fingers. So this will just get held in with 3 screws. There'll be one on the bottom here, and then these 2 tabs get welded to the frame. So it's just on little legs. Stands off 3 inches from the chassis. This thing is perfect, man. Check this out. It looks like the frame is going right through, like it's an actual chassis. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Can't believe you just whipped those up.
Perfect.
That is.
The other fabrication element that's missing is the exhaust headers.
Couldn't find any headers to fit this strange engine as it is, and no need when you have Ian Roussel on the job. He just fabricates what he needs.
I actually built these headers before the car was painted. Mark really liked them, so I explained exactly how it went down. I really liked the way the T-bucket style headers looked in the drawing, and I wanted to mimic them as close as possible. I used 1.5-inch round tube. The first step was just cutting the tubes and welding them to the flanges. Then I used the tubing bender to curve the tube and make it slope back towards the car. The real mark of the craftsman is how these pieces fit up. So just taking small cuts makes it happen. I used the plasma cutter to cut a hole in the main tube to get all the pipes to fit up and actually flow exhaust gas. The whole idea with this fit up is that once it's welded, it just looks clean. You don't see the welds. These things came out great. They look just like the drawing. I ground and sanded out all the welds, and they're ready to paint. I got this ceramic coating that's specifically for exhausts from Eastwood that cures with the heat of the engine. I've used the spray can style high temp paint before, so I was expecting this to come out similar, but as soon as I started spraying it out of the gun, it coated amazingly.
I think this is really cool looking exhaust you fabricated here. This just ties everything together.
I sent Johnny a picture of the car, and he says he's coming out from Florida to see it in person. The whole mission here was to make this look like Johnny's artwork. He's really itching to see it, so I want to get it driving by the time he gets here. All we got to do is finish the wiring, got a few more parts to install, we're ready to go. Remember this?
That's what I sent you?
A little bit different than when we got here. The story with the front grille is it's an actual Model T piece that Mark had. He got it at a swap meet, but it only sort of resembles the drawing. What I did was I shortened it up from the bottom, I put an interior structure in it, and then found this really cool mesh at Industrial Metal Supply, and Bodywork painted it up.
I just gotta let you know that in aviation, the installation you've done on this bolt is incorrect.
What? What are you talking about?
It's supposed to be in the direction of flight. So, and when this thing starts to fly, it's gonna go that way.
Well, I'm pretty well versed in space travel and mechanics of that nature, and none of that applies to where we're going.
Okay, so we're just gonna do a little function check, see how good my wiring skills are, and see if we got fuel pump first. Sounds like we got fuel pump.
Mark's really been working it out, you know. I know he's a perfectionist, so he gets the fuel pump in, got all the lines ran.
As they say in helicopter world, clear.
Hits the key, starter's cranking.
I expected this thing to fire right up, just like it did when we first put it in the frame, but we're not getting anything. I say we got a firing order issue.
Call a mechanic, fire him.
Who wired this?
Glad I'm not in his helicopter.
Yeah. So we do the normal checks or whatever. We found some issues with the spark plug wires. This little center coil here has to be curled over so it's making contact with the copper connector.
I predict as soon as he gets these wires connected, it's gonna light right up. I just know it.
If this don't work, I'm going home. Huh. Same issue. You know, you're heading to the goal line and all of a sudden, bam, you're stopped, you know, and it's frustrating. Oh, wait, whoa, whoa. The cap's turning this way.
Counterclockwise?
Yeah.
Strike 1, plug wires. Strike 2, distributor rotation.
What's going on?
Umpire's getting feisty, man. He's almost calling a third strike and you're out.
Am I? Good. I've always worked on Chevys all my life. So what did I do? I just put it on the way I've done it for 30 some odd years. And of course, this thing turns counterclockwise, not clockwise. I'm ready when you are again, Mr. Roussel. We gotta get this thing running. Of course, there's the pressure, there's the deadline. That's always the way it is. Do I need to say a little prayer? Maybe for myself?
It totally works.
Awesome. We just squeaked it right through, you know, hit the key, the thing fired up. Okay, good. Who shows up? Johnny Jalopy.
The word is Johnny's on his way.
I think we're ready to show Johnny Jalopy.
Yeah.
Let's let him see his creation.
I agree, sir. The coolest factor about all this was that it was a collaboration, and that's what really pushes me. Having other input really makes it a cool thing. Aha.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's going on?
Cow.
What do you think about that?
Kidding. Dude, finally got awesome to meet you, man.
Good to meet you.
Mark,
Mark,
what's up, man? When I first walked in, I just went, are you kidding me? It's a machine now. It's like spot on to see something that was in my brain in front of me, you know, that I can touch and feel and smell and hear. Undescribable feeling of just amazement.
Yeah.
That dash came out so good.
Yeah, it's my dog's water bowl. He came in, and I don't know how he reacts to stuff, but it seemed like he was super charged up.
Killed it, man.
Right on.
That's awesome.
Cool.
It's exactly what I thought about was a little bus thing sitting on a tea bucket. How cool would it be to take one super crazy culture, the Volkswagen guys, and one crazy culture, the hot rod guys, and mesh that together and create something totally different. And a lot of people looking at my drawing always thought, nah, you can't do that. That's ridiculous. Well, he just did it.
I love the fact that your drawing was a VW bus, so I bought the headlights, Mark got the taillights.
I cannot wait to see this on the road and people going, what is that?
Yeah, this is kind of where we're at, man. We're still in final assembly. I gotta detail out the headlights,
Dude, I
put the
love
rest
it.
of the windows and the interior in. The whole thing here is to get this truck in the trailer and show it. So it was really cool to have Johnny here to work on the thing, because then he's like hands-on, you know, he gets to respect how much effort it took to pull this off.
But to be here and be able to touch it and work on it a little bit has been really cool.
Trying to get the last of these windows in. Took me a while to figure out how the driver's door window mechanism was gonna happen, but I nailed that. So Johnny's doing the simple fixed window in the back, and I'm getting the last windshield panel put in. Pretty straight ahead.
He says, you say the easy back window.
I gave him the easy one to do. I handled all the challenging tasks. Installing windows is pretty challenging. I told Johnny what I needed from the rear portion, so it just takes time. I'm busy, I'll let him figure it out, and that's really the learning process.
I'll be here fussing with this while you go on to Victor.
Tell you what, let me
You're doing the hard time.
let me finish this up, and I'll be right over to give you a hand with that.
Come around and bail me out. Maybe I've just done this a lot. I don't get it. You know, I just pulled the film right off, and hey, that's it. It wasn't the case for Johnny.
Meanwhile, he's pulled 2 sheets of the plastic stuff off, and Johnny looks like a moron.
I'm quick, man.
Seriously? 45 minutes of me trying to get plastic off Lexan, and then Ian just comes over and rips it right off. All right. What are you gonna do? Woo! Almost.
The last thing we needed was this upholstery. Hey, right on time.
Yeah, here's the rest of the stuff.
Perfect. Jack pushed this interior to the last minute. Johnny and Mark are gone. It's the night before the big show.
I was up all night, worked my fingers to the bone.
You and me both, man.
We'll get busy.
Yes, sure. It was pre-fit. All I had to do was screw it in place, and we're off. This thing's wrapped. This is a toy come to life. Mark is out of his mind. Johnny is totally charged up about this.
It's the coolest thing I ever seen. I'm stoked for Pomona.
I can't wait for that first reaction from people when they see it.
Up to this point, it's been a static piece. Johnny drew it, it's been sitting in the shop, but it's an actual car, it drives around. It's time to take it to the car show. We're out here at Pomona. It's a swap meet car show, biggest one in the world.
Shaka, good job.
Pomona, man, beautiful swap meet. I've been cruising around there this morning. Reaction on the car is all thumbs up.
Probably the coolest car at the swap meet today. And cool, and way different. You know, I love it.
I had never seen it outside the shop until today. So the windows absolutely glow in the sunlight, and it was like a beacon. People were hypnotized, they were drawn to it, and everybody was digging it.
Well, I would think that's probably one of the most unique hot rods I've seen out here in the 30 years I've come out here. There's lots of different things out here, but that one's truly unique.
It's the cartoon driving experience that, you know, if you own this, you'll have that, you'll achieve that. It's wonderful, man.
Do you know what Spaßhaber is? Guys who had fun with cars.
This journey has been awesome. It's definitely going down in the records as one of the best weeks I've ever spent down here.
The reaction, and it's a dream come true, and I'm almost speechless. I'm soaking it in. I can't wait to do more.
Victor shows up with the Boonie Bug I built. It has the chassis of the original VW bus. It's just so cool to see that original thrashed out VW bus rehabilitated into 2 new projects.
But that was the body that was on this car. So this is, you're looking at one car here. After seeing everything that Ian can achieve, if you can dream it, he could build it.
He's a master. He's one of the main reasons why I'm an aspiring fabricator myself. He's major talent.
This is kind of a step in a new direction for me because it's the wildest design I've ever worked on, and it was dictated by an artist. So it really makes me want to do more. Called up my friend Johnny Jalopy. I've got a new car project I'm starting, and I really need his help.
Hey, what's up, man?
You returned.
I returned.
Howdy.
I don't really know what the heck I'm doing here, but I'm expecting to walk in and see some old car or some sort of parts laying on the ground, kind of the way he always starts a build, and there's nothing there. So I'm like, okay, what's going on?
Been a while.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, you know, after that crazy car we finished last time,
right?
I was thinking, I gotta have you on board. Thank you. was thinking I gotta have you on board for another project.
Okay.
Man. I really want Johnny to come back to the shop. We collaborated on a project about a year ago. Johnny drew this really radical cartoon hot rod Volkswagen thing, and I knew I could build it. I got a plan, but I'm gonna need Johnny's artistic talent to move forward on this new project.
What's up?
Well, I got something under that cover, and I want to talk to you about it.
Ah, what's under the cover?
This car's been sitting here in the corner of the shop for a while now.
So as he starts to slowly pull the tarp off, there sits the Space Junkie. This iconic, badass car that Ian has created. I've seen it in pictures.
So, exactly.
Holy cow, man.
So it's kind of in deep, cold storage. It hasn't gone anywhere in years.
And you want to change it. What could you possibly want to do to it?
Well, let's pull it out and give it the once-over. This car is a 1931 Chevy. It's a radical departure from your restoration and even more from your typical show car. This was a really intense build for me. It was really a workout on my skill level regarding bodywork and fabrication, and I'm ready to change it up.
So what are you thinking, like new wheels or another paint job on it? Or?
You know, I want it to be completely revamped, not just a simple paint job. I mean, all the way.
You're not satisfied with
I'm not satisfied.
It's got to be different.
That's exactly it.
I can't imagine what we could do to make it cooler than it already is, but I'm in.
I mean, first of all, let's just take the spinners off. Spinners from the start were a gimmick. It was something to make people laugh. It was kind of cheesy. It was a direct reflection of the whole trend of the spinners at the time. It didn't start the trend I thought it would, so.
You thought it was gonna really take off and you were gonna start taking some orders?
I mean, come on. It's a 100-year-old wood spinner. It's like, it's wood, you hear that? It's freaking awesome. Spinners are just the tip of the iceberg. So this nose is undone. It kind of shifts up and forward. Let's take it off. The nose of the car is very easy to remove. 4 bolts, and that really reveals the work that's gone into the chassis and suspension. So see, look what's going on under there. There's a
Even that looks cool.
That's what I'm saying, there's a whole different story. I mean, now look at the engine. What a freaking wild setup.
Holy cow.
You don't get it with the hood on.
Dude, look at all this detail that was really kind of hidden. I get what you're saying now, that it really kind of hit some coolness in it. He spent time and made these really cool body panels for this car, but the true talent of Ian is all the stuff that was covered, the whole chassis work and the way the front suspension's set up and all these really cool, intricate details that he had done were all hidden underneath his body. You know, I'm thinking, and he obviously was thinking when he built it, is here's the cool part of the car. So how much time do you have in this, Ian?
I mean, I've worked on this car for over 5 years. Not full time, but every minute I could give it. So that's why it's so developed. It's a pretty good accomplishment. I can't wait to take it apart.
So it makes all the sense. 5 years of your labor of love. Let's just toss it.
Toss it, man. Once I pull this body off, I'll be able to explain my plan to Johnny. The whole deal was, from my thought process, I wasn't really leading you on until you saw it like this. I think we're working with this part, not that part.
That's comforting, because I'd hate to see you cut that apart.
That's a keeper. This is what we're gonna freak out on.
Okay.
All right, so you don't get this at your local auto parts store. Check that out.
Yes. He comes walking in and it's a bubble. And everything inside me just freaks out. I'm like, oh man, a bubble top. Are you kidding me? Dude, bubble top.
I made that other one with my friend, and what nobody knows is I made 8 of these, and this is the biggest one. I saved it for myself.
Dude.
Went on this bubble top adventure with my friend Victor. He's got a really radical bubble top T-bird. While we had the oven set up, we made a whole bunch of different sizes, and I got to keep the biggest one. This is what we're using. Let me put 2 sticks here. Let's put it on, then you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Okay, we're raising the bar now. Some of the most iconic hot rods, you know, the Ed Roth built were bubble top cars. You know, this is amazing. I'm gonna get to be a part of something that could be crazy.
I got this bubble stored away for about a year. I've never seen it on the car, and now it's the time to check it out.
Look at that. Dude.
That's pretty ridiculous, huh? Right off the bat, we set it in place, and I knew these two were meant to be together. So, you have a chassis, you have your bubble, but wait, there's more. I got one more piece to this pie, one more slice to the puzzle, and that's these quarter panels from a Ford station wagon. It looks kind of loose now, but you see you got a pretty cool body line, and then the details of where the lights come in the back I thought was pretty neat.
Yeah.
So,
and it's got those cool iconic little pod things in it.
Exactly.
Again, that goes on with the pods and the circles.
Right. My concept as far as this project goes has ended at this. That's why I wanted you to come by here. It's like you got your bare essentials and just roll with it, man, whatever you think. I'm up for the challenge of building whatever you can dream.
And bubble tops are my favorites.
Yeah, and that's a pretty substantial
Yes.
dome.
The challenge is now we take all these three elements together and we come up with a cool design. I could probably pretty much put anything on paper and the dude's capable of doing it.
I'm seeing this as probably the biggest challenge in my career. I'm like a prize fighter without the prize, waiting for his match. As soon as he lays down the drawing, it's on.
What's up, man?
I couldn't sleep.
Me neither.
We made a mistake by putting this together so quick. I can't stop thinking about this thing, man. It's like I want to get to work right away, but I wanted to see what you got going on.
Okay.
The first drawing he shows me is very representative of the parts we have, except there's some kind of a weird fin on top. I mean, what the heck is on the bubble here? It's like, what is that?
Crazy idea of this like mohawk. You said take it to the next level.
That is, man. Right off the bat, this is exactly why I asked him to come here. You know, something I wasn't even thinking about. He's already got a line on it. I think that's a keeper. However that thing translates into the final product.
So Ian seemed to really like that first drawing, but I knew the second one had a lot more of me in it, and I was excited to show him that part. And then that kind of popped in my head.
Dude, that's the move right there. Johnny's second drawing really nailed it. 3/4 front view, absolute proportion-wise, what I would consider, yes, that's exactly what I want. I'm freaking building that car.
By cutting the bubble as small as we did, we had taken out the length of the bubble to ensure that real extended, long, dragster look. We needed to keep the length.
So what if we took this
and raised it?
Did this? Then it's a very long, narrow bubble now.
I see, so you're almost changing the rake of the
Changing
cut.
the rake of the bubble, yeah. Let me draw a line on there. Let's see what we got.
Wow.
Yeah, it's totally different,
Look at
totally
that.
different dome. Well, once we got it marked, that's it. It's okay, we've made a decision. Now what do? Are we gonna stick it or are we gonna decide again? Give it one eyeball approval. If we mark it wrong and commit to a cut, you can't uncut it. It's very delicate. It's a one-time deal.
And now I see this little bit of fear in his eyes, and I'm like, oh man, now what did we get ourselves into?
The only way to figure it out is if we do it, right? So
yeah,
it's like getting
I'm in.
married.
Let's do it.
You can't fake it.
At that point, I was like, you know what? I could either sit back and be afraid of it, or I'll follow along. You know, I'll put all my faith in Ian. He knows what the heck he's doing. And I was like, yeah, I'm in. Let's do this. Let's cut it. I got your back. So he starts going right into the bubble, and those first couple noises into the bubble, I'm like cringing. Oh man.
I was super focused on my work. A lot could go wrong, but I could feel there was tension in the air. It's nice to let your teammates know that you got this, that it's a sure thing, but that's not the case here. I told them we're gonna cut this thing, and I really have not done it this way, so hopefully it works.
He just kind of proceeds to pierce his way every couple inches.
I was surprised to see how easily this thing cut. I was all the way around, and it's like, hey, it's showtime.
The clincher.
I felt a disturbance in the force. So let's try this. Grab under.
a razor. Is that right? Lift up. Are you still attached there? And we can't put any torsional twist.
Boom.
Perfect.
Sure enough, he grabs one side, I grab the other side, and it pops right off. Super clean cut. It was crazy.
There it is, a smaller, better bubble. It was a relief to have that thing cut through without any issue, but the other point is moving it. We're gonna have to make a base plate for this to support it before we can put it on the car.
I want to see it, Ian. So let's not. Yeah,
I
let's
don't want to
put it
break
on.
it, my man.
I hear you.
That's what it's about.
Come on, let's do it.
My first thought was we have to reinforce this because we got through the first challenge. It could crack at any time. Johnny's so amped, he's saying he needs to see it now.
I'm like, forget that, let's just put it on there. Ready?
If it breaks, it's your fault.
If he dies, he dies. I'm jonesing at this point. You know, we've gone this far, he's cut the bubble. I just want to see it on top of that chassis and see if we've made the right decision.
It's gonna be okay. Look at that, it's still too tall. We're getting there. We put it on and it was good, but I'm looking for great or even greaterer. So, looks good. We're gonna try one more thing. So I think the front of that bubble needs to come down right to the bell housing. That's just a simple little firewall I made. It's just sheet metal. It doesn't do anything structurally. This deal here.
Okay.
I think we can just cut this right off and we'll lay the bubble on the bell housing for now just to take a look at it.
So, cutting some more of the space junkie.
See, that's
Get
part
it out of here, it's old.
That's part of what I was leading you into too. We're actually never going back, Johnny. I gotta tell you, that car will never see this frame again. That's been the Grandmaster plan from the start. Well, Johnny's thinking we're still trying to salvage the opportunity to put that other body back on here. And I'm only thinking it's going forwards.
And I'm like, okay, now we're cutting up more of this iconic car, and he's got no problem with it. All right.
It's my car, and I can do that if I want to. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, look at that now. Yeah. Dude.
That's pretty
Sets
silly.
it all backwards, too. Oh, my goodness.
I think those are our proportions. Getting this thing on the chassis, you can see it fits now. It doesn't look like a big high bubble top thing. It's very slick. Even better than I thought it was gonna be. It's all about the feel of the ride, right? And that's the thing, I gotta get back in here and see if it's working. If your head's banging against the bubble, it ain't gonna be okay. If it's too close, if it feels claustrophobic, it ain't gonna work.
Oh, yeah.
It's no less room than the other ones. It's a yes or no thing. I am here, this is my car, we are going forward. I think I finally arrived, Johnny. We're in a good position.
That's pretty sick.
We're trying to make this tire appear as big as possible, you know, up over the edge of the quarter panel, and that's really it. Just cut and trim until it looks right. So we're close. We gotta take this whole wheel arch off now, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good starting point. It occurred to me that I'd asked him to do some drawings, so it's like, let's check out your last rendition.
So here's what I got.
Oh, wow. That's pretty freaking good. Where did you photocopy that from? Who drew that? That's freaking nuts, man.
So, you know, brought the body panel down. I still kind of left the spears in there.
Right.
With the lower look to it.
Yeah, love it.
Again, added the, you know, the mohawk that you liked from the first drawing.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of extended out the outer fins.
Love it. Right. Everything's just a little bit more dramatic. Johnny really went off on this last rendering. He really put all the details he was conceiving. I love the fact that he put this giant aluminum fin across the bubble. We knew that, but he's got some wild ideas with the headlights. The front of the body has some vents incorporated in it. I've never seen anything like it. That's why I want to build it, because this thing's far out. Dude, I like that better than all of them so far. So I hate to keep asking you to draw stuff, but you see what it's developing into, man. It's freaking amazing.
Nothing's cooler than, you know, being some guy that just draws a bunch of doodles to get to be a part of something as big a scale as this. When he said, hey, I need some help, I didn't expect it to be like this. Well, man, I I hate to say it, but I gotta head home. I wish I could stay longer and help you.
What are you talking about? You mean you have a day job?
Yeah, I gotta get back to the day job.
Johnny's time has been short and sweet. He nailed this concept, and now all I gotta do is build it. Thanks for doing the hard part, man.
Thanks for letting me come and be a part of it.
Right on. Johnny Jalopy had to hit the road, but there's a new kid on the block. I called up my friend Eric. He was on board to come by and check it out. He walks in, and I think he's a little startled. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks for the invite.
Right on.
What,
What? You act like you've never seen this type of thing before.
When I came in and I saw it, I was like, okay, the gravity of it kind of spread apart, just bits and pieces here and there. It's, you know, it's a little like, what did you do?
Just collaborating with Johnny on all the potential this car could have made me think I gotta redo everything. I pulled the engine out because I want to freshen up the paint on the frame, pulled the wheels and the hubs off. Everything needs a little once-over, freshen up. Eric walks in the middle of this strange disassembled state. As soon as Eric got here, we got right to work. First, I wanted to frame out the structure for the body panels.
Basically, you need to have a squared structure and figure out, you know, how you place these, because if one's off by an inch, when you go start tying things together, you're gonna be off by a mile.
I wanted to get this set up so we could focus on creating the rest of the body. Any concerns? You think it's gonna be all right?
No, I'm good. The gear drive is just buzzing away like a blower belt. Being able to work with somebody that, you know, like Ian, that has this talent, I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow, and I can't wait for it, you know? This is something cool.
It's gonna be all right.
Look at that line. That is
Everybody's
just,
always critiquing.
That is years of
You should see what I do with the other guys.
unsurpassed talent.
The other guys that work in the shop, sometimes it's like a freaking football playbook. I think Eric's a consummate professional, and I got the wild style going behind his back. He doesn't know what's going on. Maybe he thinks I'm not working up to my capacity, but this is how I roll.
He has a certain style and a certain way to finesse his equipment to do what he wants. And it's entertaining, to say the least.
We got about that much, and then it gets bigger. Look at that much. Then it gets bigger. Holy moly, we're getting good at this. We're both standing back and looking at it, and it occurs to me that Eric hasn't seen this thing mocked up. Johnny and I set up with the fenders and the bubble on, and I think it's time to show him what's happening. Totally fits. That's pretty ridiculous. I can't say that I've ever seen one like this. That's pretty weird.
I want to see the holy mohawk on it. With the bubble on it and the body panels going, it's starting to really take shape, and it's amazing.
The front is looking perfect, man. I couldn't have imagined it better, but now we have to imagine a better rear section. The rear portion of the car is a blank slate. Eric's got a couple ideas. He's not talking, so I guess we'll see what develops. Eric was holding out on his concept for the rear, so I finally asked him what he's been thinking.
All right, while you're in a good mood,
Yes.
open to ideas, I have an idea for this. What if we were to maybe dish this in?
Right.
And do a radiator, since I like doing the pod things with the headlights and the grills kind of thing. What if we did a pod for the radiator and had it separate and exposed, like show the mechanicals of it, but do like a case for it?
I like that idea. So it's almost like the engine is like a piece of jewelry in the front.
Yes.
And the radiator is another
Is the
one
piece in the back.
hanging out of the back.
Yeah.
I'm totally down for that.
All right.
This is a complete blank slate at this point. I am open to suggestion, and the more outrageous it gets, the better. It's not something I would have thought of, but I like the idea a lot.
So do I earn my supper for this evening?
Yes, I think you're gonna get a gold star on the refrigerator.
Cool, man.
For today's efforts.
My mom will be so happy.
Yeah.
I told him my idea, and he was like, yes. And then almost instantaneously, he's like, I got some stuff that can do, I'll be right back. Just give me a minute.
I have a lot of stuff. So he says he wants some kind of a concave surface, and I think I got just the thing. Well, I was looking for this, but then I saw that. This is a good start. It's about the dimensions we're working with. This is what we need. My television provider no longer carried my show, so I took down the utility apparatus from the top of the roof, and I had this dish.
And he comes back in here.
I got some stuff. Found a radiator.
Ooh.
I think it's a Ford Mustang, and I found a dish. You were asking for a dish shape.
I totally think he took a ladder, climbed up on his roof, and stole a satellite dish. This is perfect.
Concave shape, right?
This is perfect.
And it's steel.
Oh, man.
It'll be perfect.
This is like the perfect shape, and he comes in, and we kind of set it in place. I'm like, we're totally putting a satellite dish on the back of this car.
Satellite dish on a car, that makes no sense at all, but it works. The thing was mainly that it fit the car. It's gonna be modified, but this shape is a keeper. It's just gotta take the paint off and tack weld it on.
So we get it on the car, and we got it where we want it. And now the trick is to make it not look like a dish welded to the back of a car.
I'm thinking we just need to put something in place, start to get a feel for the dimensions of this. And I'm gonna make a simple roll pan for the back of the car. Just throw it in the sheet metal brake and roll it. Once we got the pan on, we took the body off just to get a better look at it. So the big question is, how does this transition from our fabricated part into the satellite dish? That's what I'm wondering. You know what, maybe let's make the top first, because you could see the old line right here. The way these things here from the factory, I'm digging them. So, this is just a line. I was thinking a tube shape with a nice round edge, not just coming only straight across, but coming back and down.
Yeah.
The whole thing was just to get some line in place. You use this round tube, and I just create kind of a shape, but I'm thinking like a V shape. It kind of tapers down. Something that'll just give a landing point to whatever sheet metal we put in place. I'm building out the back of this car with these strips just because we're trying to move fast. This car's gonna have a lot of fiberglass, a lot of filler on it, so I'm just creating a surface. It's very simple. We're not getting too crazy with it. We're gonna put in a series of strips, trim them to fit, and then weld everything together. The whole thing is just standing back and checking it out. There's still a lot of loose ends, but you could see that the dish was the right call. It's a great centerpiece, and nobody's gonna know what happened. Yeah, so I'm real happy with this contour, just the way you're seeing the mimicking reflection of this and this, but it's set in. That's exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah, it's the makings of a fine bubble top.
So, Eric's gotta hit the road. All good things must come to an end.
This has been like Hot Rod summer camp. And it was really neat to meet somebody else in this universe that gets this stuff and gets these things and it doesn't matter the work, the time frame, just that it's gotta be the best that it could be. And the ideas are the possibilities are endless.
It was really great having Eric here. He brought a lot of great ideas to the project, and I'm inspired to take this thing all the way. Everything that Eric and I established with the sheet metal so far is cool, but we stopped on the rear portion. So in thinking about a radiator, I wanted something really exotic. I went to the local spaceship supply, and it was actually a crash-landed UFO. Some of the parts you could see were bent up in the impact. I'm telling the truth, this came from a store that has actual spaceships. It has satellites, rocket engines, the whole deal. When I saw this, I was thinking heat sink, like on anything like a radiator. The idea is air is blowing over some kind of fins to cool it. I definitely want to segment it, somehow fit it up to the rear of the car, but the first order of business is to cut it up. I got this whole assembly simply for these 3 shapes. You'll see it's like a flexible bellows shape, and I think stainless steel polished up, they'll look real nice. I just got to figure out how I'm going to put them in the car. The whole thing with this is that it's a representation of a radiator. It's going to move coolant through it. I don't know how efficient it'll be, but the bottom line is it's got to look really awesome. So I just want to mock this up on the back of the car. It won't be tie wired in place in the end, but you can see that's pretty groovy. It's already starting to look like a spaceship. The thing is, right now you're just seeing these 3 pieces, but there's gonna be a lot of cool tubes coming in and out of the thing. So something will be coming through here into that, and it's gonna turn the corner, it's gonna turn the corner, and then go back out of the car. So it's gonna be like a whole crazy straw thing going on. It's gonna be awesome. Mark said he brought a surprise to help with the build, so I was curious to see what it was. He starts rolling in this thing, and I uncover it. Oh, it's a small block Chevy.
Ian was pleasantly surprised because it's a V8. I mean, granted, it's not the prettiest thing you've ever seen. You know, it's kind of black and a little grungy, whatever. I mean, all we did was kind of pressure wash it off, got the grease off of it, whatever. But it's a strong running motor. I mean, if you look at the drawing, it's got the exhaust stacks coming out both sides, so the car needs a V8.
He's concerned. What are you so concerned about? Do I gotta give you the pep talk? Well, we do a bit of quality control here, and the dog is giving me kind of the eyes. So he gives it the sniff test, he's smelling the distributor, he's checking the oil, transmission. What do you think? It's gonna be all right? He approves. No? Uh-oh, hold on, something with the transmission.
Uh-oh.
Like, remember what happened last time? I'm like, I know. On the last project I worked with Mark, he brought down an engine that had some hidden issues. I'm a little leery about this one, so I wanted to take a look inside. You know what happened last time? I looked in the valve covers and...
Don't look in there.
Oh, look, it's nice. And it's super clean, so this was a well cared for engine. Okay, well, I got a new starter on it, so it was a running thing.
They told me it was running, so
It ran
don't
great.
shoot the messenger. I'm just a delivery
I
guy.
heard that before.
I have to prove it to Ian that, yeah, this thing works. Otherwise, you know, I'm never gonna save face with him ever again. So we're gonna mock it up into the Space Junkie.
Put it in the car, and I could tell this is what it needed. That's the look, man. I think you're all right. You definitely, you got an eye for this, man. Look at that.
Huh?
That's
Oh, yeah,
freaking
see, you have
perfect.
to have a V8.
Yeah.
It's got the look he wants, it's got the stance he wants, and Ian will paint it up, and it'll look like $1 million on the outside.
I'm looking at the frame rails and the way that the exhaust ports are coming out. It's gonna look very much like the drawing, which is what we're going for. Straight 8 would have never gave us this look.
I do have another piece that kind of tops it off.
But wait, there's more.
There's more. Yeah, I surprised him pretty good with the engine, but you know what? That's not the big piece that's really gonna surprise him. I brought something else along. Ian's the creative master, and this is just sort of what I've done for him, and I'm hoping that he likes it, you know, so I got a bit of butterflies in my stomach going, is he gonna like it? Is he not gonna like it, you know?
Mark walks in with what looks like a pillow, I think, you know, what is this? He's got sea cushions or what? Gas tank?
It was a gas tank,
Oh.
but now,
Whoa.
this is your air cleaner.
Oh yeah, just like his drawing, man. That thing is nuts. I guess it's a motorcycle gas tank that he has taken the time to modify to look like Johnny's artwork. It's a big shell that has this mohawk detail on it and a bunch of cool vents. I could see he spent some time. It's just what it needed.
I'm glad you like it and you can use it.
I really like the fact that Mark made this, and just like the rest of the car, it's gonna get refined and evolved as it progresses. Now it's starting to look like a spaceship. So you got your radiator thing, you have 2 mohawks, you have the air cleaner. I could see it already. The great thing about this project is it started with Johnny Jalopy, continued with Eric, and now Mark's here. So it is all about the collaboration, meeting of the minds. This thing's gonna be way better for it. So Mark's little V8 adventure got me thinking we needed a really cool exhaust. So I went and I got 8 of these megaphones, supply shop here in town, and they have the flanges for the V8 engine. So I'm working on figuring the exhaust out. Mark is doing the intake. Mark hasn't had the best track record with engines, so I'm anxious to hear this thing run.
He's a little concerned, so yeah, he wants proof of the pudding here. Okay, you brought me this thing, that's great, I appreciate it, it's in the car, but does it run?
Ready?
I'm ready.
This engine sounded good. Mark really pulled through this time.
Out of gas.
Sold. Thank you. Well, that's it, man.
Oh yeah.
Once we got the wheels on, I wanted to move towards the front of the body. Johnny's drawing has this unique headlight detail that I'm really trying to emulate. I thought the shape here with his headlight detail was really well represented by these architectural light housings. You know, you see them on the side of a building, illuminating the wall. So they're aluminum, they'll shine up.
I mean, those are perfect for the drawing. I mean, they look like they were made for it.
Yeah, they look just like it.
Yeah.
Pretty ruby. You just got to start somewhere, so I'm going to cut a hole in the body and stick these things on. I need to hold these light housings on the car. They're aluminum, so I can't tack weld them to the car like I would typically do. I just make a little springy round thing out of sheet metal that'll hold it, and I tack that to the car. It's just like a placeholder. Throw a couple straight edges across the top of the body, plug them in. This is just a mock-up. I wanted to put them in place and see how I feel about it. Stepping back and looking at the car, it's just not good. It's not okay. There's something terribly wrong. It's changing the whole look of the car. Once I mocked these up, I knew they were too big. I'd have to redesign the whole body to fit them, but Mark liked it.
They're already got a 45-degree angle on them, so they matched the drawing that Johnny did, and I said, wow, what a perfect thing to reuse to get the look that you're after.
In order to show Mark the problem, I had to use a different type of envisioning tool. Eric and I created this really nice curved shape, and it will basically delete it. We'll go right over it to blend in this headlight. To make this blend in, I'm gonna have to go entirely over his work and wrap it in a headlight like that. See what happens, it's just this giant shelf. It's a big projecting panel coming out of the body.
Right. He's got his vision, he's got the drawing to consider, he's got the body that he's already created to consider, but if it's not aesthetically the way he wants it to look, then it's not gonna happen.
I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna work on something else. Just like I used to do with my homework in high school. Whenever I hit a wall like this, you know, it's like writer's block. The more you push it, the less you're gonna get. For now, I'm moving on to something else.
He's bending some tubes, brings out his big ring roller, and we roll another tube, and I'm still scratching my head going, I don't know what you're building here.
I didn't really tell Mark what I was doing. I was just making a shape here. I had a couple ideas, and really I just wanted to flow with the existing components in the chassis.
The curiosity gets the better of me, and I kind of go, okay, so what exactly are you building here? Much like a little mini grill for a little baby roadster. When you find a clue into what he's building, and then, you know, you just watch him in amazement. I mean, what a brilliant idea to make it all curved like that. Perfect.
On guard. Mark is a sincere professional. He needs detail. He's in there measuring down to the nearest umpteenth of an inch, getting a perfect trace line. He's not gonna have it cut until he's set.
Now, my line, Ian's line. Which one would you follow?
So the thing is, just to further complement his efforts, I just duplicated his original line, flipped it over to the other side of the shroud, and traced it. We put it back on the car, and we accomplished exactly what we needed. That's cool.
Yeah. It fills up that void, definitely.
For sure.
Right?
Another piece to the puzzle, man. This is a pretty crazy car. Felt good to complete the grill with Mark, but there's still a lot of big issues we have to deal with. I needed to get a lot wrapped up with the rear of this car, and I wanted to make some progress before Mark got here.
I walk in and Ian's grinding away and whatever. I kind of come up there and stand beside him. It's looking a little different. Wasn't there something hanging there or something before? But now you got this odd shape going here.
So the hole is for a fan. So see this fan here, it's gonna go in here. Before Mark arrived, I finished up the radiator tubes. I got a bunch of mandrel bends and I welded them in to finish the radiator design.
He proceeded to pull out this radiator piece that he had construed together.
So this is gonna go in this puzzle piece here,
laid it in there, and basically the name of the car suits it. I mean, Space Junkie, it is something from out of this world. It's kind of like a part of a reactor or something weird and funky, very spacey. Looks cool, I like it.
Mark got the vibe exactly. It is something that will cool water, but it's more of an art piece. Flux capacitor, whatever, spaceship stuff. Mark's only got one more day to offer me, and I really need his help with something bigger than just the rear sheet metal on this car. So even though this is 1/4-inch plate, you're about to see efficiency in action. Cutting disc ain't gonna do it this time. I gotta use the plasma cutter. It's a treasured asset, so I only use it when I really need it. The sheet isn't big enough to do a full perimeter around the inside of the car, so we're gonna have to do it in 2 pieces, and you'll see we're pushing the sheet right to the limit. It's a big ring portion we're building, and we're gonna use the majority of the surface of the sheet.
He took a pipe and he just sort of measured it out 1.25 inches, and he felt, okay, this is it. If we cut it wrong and if it's too short, we're starting from scratch again. Get a whole new piece of metal, and nobody's gonna be very happy.
I've been kind of amped on this all day. I needed Mark's assistance. You see, it's a lot of heavy moving. You got it in place. I really want to see this bubble on the car. You ready, man? It's time for the test fit. I'm sure we did it perfect. So close.
If I drop it, I'm running out the door. Very cool.
Now she's looking like something.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. The whole thing was I haven't been able to see it until this point. It always had some piece of board in there, a couple braces. It's the first look at the vehicle, seeing through the interior. It's exactly what I hoped it would be.
You know, it's looking more like the final end result here.
Yeah, with the wood in there, you just didn't get the sense of it being such a cool thing.
No, and to see through down into it and whatever, you know.
Since I'm 15 years old, man, this is what I've been waiting for. The whole reason with splitting up a project into so many different tasks is just what we accomplished today, is a little victory, charges up the energy, we see a good positive outcome, and it allows you to continue with the struggles you're having. Mark's got to hit the road, and so do I. There's an old school shop that might have just what I need to take this to the next level. I'm at Moon Eyes, the makers of spun aluminum wheel discs and a lot of other cool stuff. I called up Chico and asked him if he could set me up with a custom pair of wheel covers. I grabbed the rim from the car and brought it in the shop.
All right, let's set it over here and take a look.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah, that's the discs we did for Tesla. A 19-inch Tesla wheel.
Chico says that this is like some kind of a prototype special edition for a Tesla electric car. And I know right away I gotta have something at least that special. So this is a 19, but those
That's
are 20s.
That's a 19, yeah. These are 20 wheel, and it measures 21.5.
Right.
And let me see what we got.
He brought out the standard disc, and that's what I thought I was coming here for, just in a 20-inch diameter. Apparently, just like me, they're always experimenting with different designs and styles.
This disc here, we did, this one we did for Dodge Magnum, 20-inch wheel.
This is a Dodge truck spare tire. That's what these are. These are Dodge pickup truck spare tires.
It might just pop right on there.
Oh, man.
Hey, perfect.
That was almost too easy.
Uh-huh.
Fitting that disc on the rim, it's like, this is what I need, man. Whatever it takes to make this fit, I'm on board. This is what the car's gonna have. This is even more space age than those regular ones. Those are moon discs, but these are like outer space discs.
Yeah, those are, we named it Saturn.
That's what they're called?
Yep.
Okay, Saturns, perfect. That's it, that's the look of the car, man.
Yeah.
The coolest thing about the Moon Eyes facility is that they have a full machine shop.
Let me show you here. This is Manny here.
Cool.
He's been working with us for over 10 years now. This is Ian.
Okay. I always wondered how they do this.
Everything starts out from a flat piece of aluminum.
See, that's what it would look like if I made the wheel cover. That's why I came
Yeah.
here.
It was set up on that mold we have, and it's from the 1940s.
Apparently nothing's changed since they invented this. You take a flat piece of aluminum, clamp it in the lathe, turn it on, and then push it into shape with this paddle. It just goes to show that sometimes the primitive machinery yields exceptional results. This thing is super low tech, and it's really all in the operator's skill to make this thing happen.
We go from here to a sunray machine, and then we put our trademark sunray finish on it.
Oh, and that's how it gets all the different facets. I
Right,
guess.
yes, it's a brush to finish.
Just like any fabrication process, you rough it out and then you finish it. You pull the disc off of the lathe, put it in some kind of polishing machine, and it's pretty fancy.
All right, here's a finished product with a sunray on it.
Wow, crazy.
The difference, huh?
It's perfect, man. That's the thing, I mean, literally.
That's the
From
start,
that to
and this
that.
is the finished.
That's pro. Seeing the process was pretty cool. It's a highly specialized thing, but mostly it's the old school dude doing something with his hands right there in front of you.
Custom work is where I would really like something that's not available out there, and that I want to be able to make them so that we can say, here, we did this. Thanks for coming by, and we'll get your wheels, the disc done next week.
Sounds good,
All right?
yeah. Whenever you get time, just give me a call.
All right,
Those
great.
are perfect, thanks.
Very good.
Right
Thank
on.
you. Thanks for coming by.
So it looks like these wheel discs are a go. He's gonna do a couple things to make a mount. I gotta get back to the shop and finish this car. I got this car primered, so it's looking good. It's one thing getting this thing looking like a close to finished piece, but it's gotta drive. I had a t-shirt when I was like 15 that said normal is boring. So this car, it's gotta follow suit. It's not going to be normal. You're gonna be sitting way back. So I got this little miniature dragster steering wheel. So you're gonna be all the way back here. And there's no room for your feet to do anything. You're sitting here driving this miniature steering wheel like a dragster, and your hand is up here like a monster cartoon car guy, but your throttle is on this lever, and when you push it, it is the brake. So your master cylinder will be on top front row center, and you're pushing it with your hand to stop and twisting it to go. I wish I could make my eyes pop out. When my friend Eric was here, he kind of threw this concept out as a challenge. This idea is pretty far out there. It has the potential to go way wrong. You don't want the car to get out of control. Choke thinking about it, but I gotta make it work. I wanted to look cool, so I started thinking about stuff, and I had this aluminum bowling pin. I started welding some plates to it. I thought it'd be a perfect brake cylinder holder. Ever since Eric left, I've been kind of thinking about it, like how does this happen and be safe? And the answer for me is to use an actual real master cylinder from a truck and a real throttle from a motorcycle. So the master cylinder bolts right into those holes. It's half-inch aluminum plate, that's very strong, just like you'd see this thing mounted on the firewall or on the frame. So that is kind of started and mocked up. I got this piece of 7/8 solid aluminum rod. I picked 7/8 round because that's what a dirt bike handlebar is, diameter, and I just got a dirt bike throttle grip. And that goes right here. You dig? That's freaking cool. Sounds good in theory. The arm position is right. I think it's gonna look okay. I just gotta make it. So I want this rod to pass through the housing, the bowling pin that holds the master cylinder. So I'm drilling a few holes in there to create a slot. Thinking about the leverage I'm gonna need, I drill a couple holes in the body. The lever will mount below the floor of the car, and then the master cylinder will be bolted to the top panel. So everything's looking like it's kind of gonna work, but I want to cut this thing to size and just make sure it fits me before I build anything on it. Come on, you gotta check this out. This is gonna be epic. Quality control, I gotta just make sure everything is jiving with the higher powers and just gonna show him the idea. You understand? It's pretty simple, but it works. I could see the concern in his eyes. He's got 2 long drool strings coming out of his cheeks, and that automatically is a cause for concern. And then he's given the shifter in the eye. You're not impressed. You're concerned? It looks unsafe? Don't drool on the primer. Proof is in the pudding. It's seeing a project halfway through. You don't know where it's going, so I'm gonna prove it. Just need a little more time. He's just checking out the block sanding. He's not very impressed. It's gonna get better, man. It's all a process. I got a plan. I'm on a mission. The dog is gonna go do his thing. When he comes back, it's gonna be on. I'm gonna make a little shape here with a hole and a pin. Put it together. It's all about just getting a few tabs in place just to mock this up before I can really go forward with it. The whole thing with this is that it's aluminum. It's gonna be all finished and detailed in, similar to the Mohawk on the bubble. So just using the TIG welder, gonna fill in a lot of aluminum so that I can grind it back and it'll still be strong. Working with a client, there are parameters. There's always a budget concern, a time concern, and then whatever their idea is. I don't have any of those with this project. Sky's the limit. No, this is kind of the theory. It's gonna take a bunch more brackets underneath to make it function, but you can see it's very much like a brake pedal in your car. There'll be a pivot you push, and this rod, which will be adjustable, pushes on the master cylinder. I'm sold on the idea of this thing, but I gotta get underneath, get all the pivots in place, and then give it a test run. Got this brake lever mounted. I pulled the engine and transmission out of the way so I could get underneath and build a structure. This thing is very much looking like a spaceship now. There's one final element that's gonna seal the deal. Well, every bubble top I've seen either has doors or the bubble opens, right? So it's, as trick as that is, I just wanted to do something different. I wanted the whole car to open, like a funny car. So I put some hinges underneath in the back, and I put some additional structure around the side of the body. Yeah, sort of like that. Looking at it now, you see it on all the funny cars. They got this nice chrome rod that holds the body up. I don't want that. This has got to be totally trick. One thing's for sure is that brace has got to come out. I got these air cylinders from the local spaceship surplus. There was a couple of them laying there on the shelf. I don't know what model they're from, but I think I can tailor them to fit this. The idea being, when I raise it up, the air pressure will lock it up, and when I put it down, the air pressure will lock it down. It's a dual action cylinder. The reason I went with the air cylinders is because there's already airbag suspension on the car. So there's a compressor, there's a tank. Right now we got a huge air leak in the fitting. All I gotta do is put 2 more valves in there and this thing's operating. I know that this pivot works, but I wanna be sure that these air cylinders can support it. The body's pretty heavy. I don't know what their capacity is, so nothing to it but to try it out. Oh yeah, it totally works. Yeah, see, it's almost neutral. It's all on air. Nobody's gonna get hurt. That's cool. The whole thing here was the open air feel. You know, you're gonna get in and out of the car. There's nothing in your way. It's pretty cool looking. That's how it'll sit at the show. My friend Johnny's coming in. He was the main inspiration and collaboration on this design from the start.
Hey, man. Whoa.
Hey. Welcome home.
Holy cow, man.
Lots happened since he last saw it. It actually looks like a car now. When he left, there was a bunch of sheet metal shapes.
He was gonna have to completely build this whole thing from rough renderings, and here it is in 3 dimensions in front of me, you know, ready to paint. It's crazy. Again, Ian takes it to the next level. The guy is just amazing.
Since you left, I haven't stopped. It's been this every freaking day.
So badass.
And then this is how you get in.
Yes.
You see every other bubble top, the bubble opens, right?
Yes. Different.
Yes, the funny car style. So not only do we have the body and the bubble and the lift mechanism in place, but I have this. It is just like your drawing.
Yeah.
So it looks like a cartoon, right?
Dude, those headers came out so sick.
It's pretty crazy. It's like show and tell time. Johnny's all geeking out on all the details, and I'm like, we still got a lot of work to do, man. So the thing is, it's not gonna be just a silver car. The main reason I wanted you here was to figure out some kind of a graphic design on the thing.
Okay, sure, no problem. Let me just whip out the crayons and let's see what we can come up with.
The whole first Space Junkie started with this model, the layout of the kit.
Oh yeah.
I figured there's no better way to start than with some modeling. This is an iconic bubble top car. It's the Ed Roth Beatnik Bandit.
So a little nod to the original Space Junkie, a little nod to that.
Right. From my formative years, Ed Roth has been like the go-to guy for all the crazy style choices. I always wanted a bubble top. There's no better path to follow than that of the master. We'll just try to be better than that car.
That's not a tall order. Be better than Ed Roth.
I want to do something kind of inspired by the Beatnik Bandit, but I got a couple ideas of my own. The car is just moving forward. If it was moving through some kind of a paint vortex and the colors came onto it, it's all going from front to back.
So, you know, trying to translate now, yeah, vortex of paint in a thing. I got you.
So I got this 3M tape. I got tons of it. Maybe I'll just throw a couple lines what I was thinking, and then you just color in between the lines. I'm thinking the whole process here is keep Johnny in his comfort zone. I'm sure that's where he's most creative. So he's gonna mock it up on paper, and I'm gonna mock it up on the car.
A lot of what I was doing was kind of just looking at the panel itself, thinking about how can I mimic some shapes, move around in this limited amount of space, but do a lot of motion. It's gotta look like it's moving when it's sitting.
I think that's exactly it. I like it. Why not?
When he's made a decision to start creating stuff, it is a whirlwind, dude. You better, like I said, you better grab on or you're gonna get left behind.
So it'll turn kind of like just a thing coming off of that. So you'll have 4 spears, like maybe this one. Once we started laying it out, I just kept going.
He did his thing, I did my thing, and I kept looking to see what he was doing. He kind of was checking out what I was doing, and then there was this moment where he laid some tape down, and I went, oh my God, there it is. Yeah, you said, through a paint vortex, and it's grabbing on him.
It's a stylized vortex, but it is nonetheless in motion. I like it, dude. Even Hellhound's responding.
Sweet.
We got a bunch of ideas laid out on the car. We're gonna paint all over it, pull the tape back, and see where we stand. We got the first layer of paint on. The first color is gonna be this brown candy. It's a very thick application of paint because it's a candy coat and it's got a cure. That's the whole thing with the complexity of this tape job.
I'm a little nervous, way excited, because, you know, we're peeling back just to see if the graphic worked. And the more that got peeled back, the more excited I got. You know, like this, it's gonna work.
Once I got the brown paint on, we pulled off the tape. It's looking good, but it's still kind of unknown until we get the second color in place. The whole design gets taped over yet again for another color.
This part becomes super critical, that we really are meticulous of making sure that the turns are good and the lines are crisp, because this is gonna be the graphic.
The next color was this cream tone, and that has the silver flake in it. We put that on, and you can really see the effect of the metal flake. As much labor as it is, the reward is at this point when we're untaping it. Pulling off the last set of tape, you really see the contrast, and that's it. It's sparkly. It's like Las Vegas. Dennis dropped off that Roth flake, and he told me once you start with this, there's no going back. It's true. I used the blue, the silver, the brown, the gold, the whole palette. The color combo is exactly what I achieved in the first car, but only using blue now instead of pink. You have 2 pretty mellow tones with a really contrasting kind of a neon line through them. The whole angle here was not to make your ultimate hot rod, you know, nothing conservative. It's a total cartoon, and I think we've accomplished that. I'm pretty happy with it, but as always, I have to have the shop inspector check it out. So, what do you think? I know you weren't allowed in here for a few days. It was a toxic environment. It's over here. Hey, It's this, right? Remember before it was primer? Look, think, it was primer, now it's painted. I know the engine is good to go. We started it, but the transmission's questionable. I got a brand new unit from Monster Transmission. They always work perfect. It's a simple bolt-on replacement. Mark was right. V8 engine, it's balanced, fits in there perfect. Everything on this car has been figured out around the finishing stretches. The interior is really the last big question mark. I called up my friend Jack. He's the upholstery guy. He's done all the interiors on my cars.
Holy mackerel. Wow.
Hey, welcome
hey,
back.
Ian, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Wow. What'd you do this time?
I told you we're going to change the look of the car a little bit. So
Holy
you made a few subtle changes.
I think so. You morphed into a roadster.
Yeah.
It's a whole new car, man. I couldn't believe it. I'm used to looking at the old car, and then I see this thing, and it's completely different.
It's actually a bubble top. You know those acrylic domes I was making? Well, it's not a roadster.
Like you did on the T-Bird?
Yep, exactly.
Wow, this is something.
It's like one of those
I
Roth
like this
show
better.
cars.
Right away, I thought, he's getting crazier as he gets older. He just knocks this stuff out. I don't know if he ever sleeps.
I pretty much got the whole deal figured out. The only thing left is the interior.
Should we mess with the original panels first? Put some in here and look at it?
Yeah,
and
I'll
see,
lift the body up. It's
see
got
how-
a prop rod. You know, the whole body pivots on the hinge.
Get it up here. Well, this reminds me the old days when we were running a funny car.
It's exactly what it's inspired
40-some
by.
years ago, it was the same deal.
Yeah.
Set it in, push it up,
Yeah.
and start working on it. Yeah, if this is all finished off in there, you can leave it up, show the whole thing this way.
Jack's all about the interior, and he could see that there's nothing in it. So that was his main concern. Loved the look of the car, and all of a sudden his gears are turning. So I got all these panels. So see, these were the original interior parts, and we're not going with pink anymore. That was the one main color change.
Get rid of that pink.
I think all the brown can still work, though. Once the fasteners are on the back side, it just clips in like it did.
You don't even need any welt on this.
So that's the thing, that one goes there, and then these were the little backrest panels, so they'll pop right back in. The most apparent change in the interior is that the color swap. I'm going from pink to blue. Jack's thinking as he's peeling these pink elements off, maybe we'll just leave them out. Maybe we'll just go brown. Maybe we
that
don't
looks
do a
pretty
pipe.
nice,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I like it.
Jack likes the upholstery as is. I got some other ideas. I've known Jack for a while, about 15 years. It started from him just upholstering one of my seats one day, and he just keeps getting more and more involved. See, the whole thing is I'm not using the seats that I made originally because I'm way more laid back. Literally, like this becomes a headrest. I'm actually laying back. I'm literally like with my head. I'm like, actually, that's perfect. Look at that. I'm sitting in there like this, like a freaking dragster.
Wow. That's what it looks like,
Right.
yeah. The interior is always last. So then what you got to do is adjust the seats, the panels, and everything to make them fit into what they built. Yeah, do you have something we can lay in here, like a piece of cardboard or something?
I got all that
offhand?
pattern paper.
Yeah. The interior is going to mean a lot because the body's up like this. You're going to see a lot of it. It has to be done right.
Oh, yeah, it looks better already.
It should fit, follow your back.
So if I lay in and push it down, that's
I'll
kind of
hold
where
it
I
so
want
it
to be.
doesn't move.
Yeah, like that.
There you go. How about you just lay in it like a hammock kind of thing?
Jack's idea was why not make sort of like a hammock, you know, just a simple little thing to support your back and not even have a seat, just a simple pad that you recline on. That looks just kind of like a generic panel, though.
Well, yeah, but we can do something with that. I'll make some,
all in the
put a
stitch work.
seam, couple of seams in it or something, and we'll make some design in it.
Jack's got a bunch of ideas. I could see him scribbling around with the pen. He's talking a lot. I don't know what he's going to come up with, but it looks like he's got plans. So the whole thing is with the interior being so mellow and subtle, I want the fabric to pop, you know? I was thinking like that metal flake, blue old school glitter vinyl to complement these pinstripes. So when you're looking through the bubble, you see these two blue things broadcasting out, you know?
This blue metal flake, they don't make it anymore, from what I understand, so it'll be pretty hard to get.
That's,
if we can find it. And blue metal flake vinyl?
Well,
he likes metal flake, you know. He tried to metal flake my truck.
I know it's impossible to find. It's the hardest stuff in the world to get a hold of. So I got this instead.
He was playing with me, see? Well, that's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
I could pull a few strings, man.
Oh, man.
So you
Look at
think
this guy.
2 yards of this stuff will be enough?
Sure.
Check it out. Check it out in the sun.
Plenty
That's the
good.
thing. It's just like the frame.
The God light on it.
Jack's not a big fan of metal flake, so I just wanted to catch him off guard a bit.
He pulled one on me.
Had to pull a few strings. They're back in the men's room, but they handed it through the wall, through the back window.
Well, it is a bold choice, and it's a lot of people are afraid to take chances because they think they're going to ruin their reputation or something like that. It's his personality. That's what he does. He likes to zap you with things.
This is perfect. I was hoping that it would work with the blue pinstripes, but that's exactly it. So you see, when you're walking up on the car, you're like, why is there blue in it? And then when you look inside, it makes sense.
Then you know why.
It totally adds to it. That's kind of it. I'll roll up this material. You could take it with you. And,
okay.
We're good to go.
I've got some ideas, but I'm not going to say anything until the seat's finished. And I'll bring the seat in and see how he likes it.
The great thing about this interior design is that most of it's already fabricated. All I have to do is make a couple simple seat pans and some side panels, and Jack will upholster them. What? Oh, were you looking for this? Eat it, kid. Go play in traffic. These seat pans are very straightforward. There's already some hardware on the floor to mount them. I'm just gonna take a piece of aluminum, 050 thickness, and just kind of curve it and cut it. The panels that I'm making are very generic. The whole look is about what happens with the stitch work, and that's all up to Jack. I can't wait to see what he does. Jack says he's bringing by one of the seats today, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he came up with.
Hi, Ian. How you doing?
Aha!
I brought you a little present.
Oh, right
some
on.
foam for the side panels, and I did the
groovy.
seat for you.
Oh, it's totally cool. It's a little better than that sheet metal panel you left with.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I stayed up all night.
I'm glad you did, because I was resting easy. Jack brought in the seat, and it looks awesome. The material I picked out is perfect, and he added some cool stitching and these really nice grommets, and Jack nailed it.
At first, I was skeptical because I don't like metal flake, but it looked pretty good. I was surprised.
Next thing I wanted to deal with were these side panels. Looks pretty rough in there. We got to freshen it up. I feel like it just needs some other blue element inside. That's the thing. To just have those two seats might be kind of lost. So I do want to keep it simple.
What if we put a little blue in the middle? That's what it's about, is figuring out how to do it. That's the fun part.
I'm just doing busy work, getting the steering put together, this weird brake throttle assembly, mechanical stuff, and Jack walks in.
How you doing, Ian? I got some new pieces for you.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
Cool, you even put the grommets to match the seat.
Yeah.
Those are awesome. I could see the glow coming through the doorway. Those blue panels are awesome. They complement the seats perfectly. Stitch work and the grommets look like a perfect match.
What surprises do you have for me over here? I can see some extra
standard mechanical
little
work.
arms sticking up here. What is
Yeah, this is a motorcycle throttle, so there's no room for a gas pedal in there, so we're gonna have a hand throttle.
Ah, so what do you do? Push that?
That's the master
I
cylinder.
see.
You push just like your brake pedal.
Oh, I see.
That's your brakes.
Ah.
That's your gas.
What's this little deal?
You don't move that except in emergency. I didn't put the sign on yet.
Oh,
It's for
what
the
is that?
ejection seat. if all
Oh,
hell
you mean
breaks
to
loose.
put you through the
right
bubble?
through. You've seen all the fighter planes, right? The canopy goes.
Oh yeah, and then you go.
Exactly.
Jack was just checking out everything I was putting together. You know, the shifter throttle thing was one thing, but then the steering components were totally different from the original car also.
Yeah, what's the deal here now? You got a little wheel in here?
Oh yeah, typical dragster stuff, right? Stock steering box that I had.
Yeah, right.
I just hooked it right up.
I like the steering wheel because it looks like an old dragster wheel. In fact, on a dragster, the brake was always a handbrake. And he's doing the same thing, except you push it.
That's the thing, all this mechanical stuff is boring me. It's all about the interior.
Okay.
So these guys just index right in there like we set up. Perfect, right in the hollow. That's the thing, it's not too crazy, but it gives the seats a reason to be blue.
Sure,
You know,
right.
The pinstripe on the paint's one thing, but now at least there's two blue elements inside.
Jack wasn't sure how I wanted to attach these pieces. He was thinking we would just glue them and clamp them, but I had a different idea. It would be a lot faster. I was thinking that we would put screws right through the center of the grommets and we wouldn't need any glue.
That's good. It makes it look
Gives it a
even
little
better.
dip in
Yeah.
it. That looks good.
As we're doing this, it creates a really three-dimensional pattern that neither of us expected. It just looks way more plush, and it's gonna be a great complement to the whole design.
And it looked good before, but now with all those
Steeper.
push downs,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it just looks way more.
Now we have to do it with the seat.
I might even do that because it looks so good, right?
Working like Ian works is like you're doing it on the fly. You know what I mean? You plan it as you go. It's enjoyable.
Welcome to upholstery, full custom style.
That's right.
The proof is in the pudding. We gotta put it in the car.
So this one comes in.
You set the panel in, ran a couple screws in on both sides, and we looked at it. It even looked better. I was really surprised because I didn't think it would look that good.
One thing I wasn't expecting is after putting in the second panel, as we dropped the body down, there was no more looseness. It fit like a perfect thing.
Hear that? It's like you're putting cushions on your sofa, man.
Right. I love it.
But that's kind of the layout, man. The seats and the blue door panels sell it.
Now what's happening back here? I walked around the back of the car, and all these holes are in the back.
One thing I didn't explain to Jack was that the car doesn't have a radiator in the front like you typically see. Instead, it's got this weird contraption that hangs off the back.
So that's the thing, this crazy swizzle stick is actually the radiator.
This actually works then, right? It's functioning?
Heck no. Come on, what do you think this is?
Well, you put a fan on it, you'll be.
Oh, there's a fan, that's what that hole is. See
Yeah,
the
I
electric
see.
fan?
Yeah.
This electric fan
boy,
goes right up
you
behind
got it all
I think
figured
everything,
out.
man.
Jack was really curious about this thing, so I wanted to show him how I actually made it work.
So that's the thing, these big flex hoses, it's just like any other radiator. You gotta feed and you gotta return. They're gonna go in
Into the
here.
line.
So I'm gonna make like a big S like this, just to take all that, so when it shuts, it just whoosh.
So then the fan goes here.
And yeah, your typical electric fan goes right here, bolts to the satellite dish, and then the water flows around that.
That's a satellite dish?
Yeah, see? My TV provider wasn't really in agreement with me, so I took it down off the roof.
I thought that was a hell of an idea. Different, it's really different. That looks good though, I like it. Almost everything he builds like that is functional. It works. I can't wait to see how it's finished off. When it's done, it's really gonna look good.
Yeah, it makes no sense at all, but somehow it works.
Doesn't have to.
Story of my life.
Jack's gonna take the last panels and finish them off. Johnny's on his way back, so I wanna get this car finished up and ready to drive. Johnny's been involved with the design of this car from the start, so he's pretty well invested in having this come out well. He hasn't seen it completed yet, and today's the day.
Ian!
Aha!
Oh, hey, man.
Back again. Welcome back. Check it out, man. We painted it.
Looks awesome.
Sweet.
To see all the pieces and parts that we had discussed and talked about, in theory, now, there on the vehicle was tremendous.
So when you left, you didn't see the blue striping on the car.
No.
That was our plan. But to complement that, I had Jack stitch out a bunch of metal flake components for the interior.
Nah, the blue totally goes. The way the blue pulls the color from the outside to the inside is just perfect.
Cool.
Like from the outside, when you look at it from here, I mean, you see blue on the striping.
I think the collaboration, once again, has been a success, man. I'm really happy with this.
Oh, man. It was just neat. Like, it's a whole car now, but it's a bubble top car. Where's the bubble? So, again, where the hell's the bubble?
I polished the heck out of it, man. It's in the corner. It's in the safe zone.
Ah.
So that's what I was waiting for you to get here so we could put them on, and that's it. This baby's a wrap.
Then let's bubble this thing up.
It was like the final piece, the icing on the cake. He should be a part of it. So you put the front in its little thing.
Okay.
And slowly the zipper in place. Drop it, and... yeah, it's totally different. Totally different car, right?
Totally different car with the bubble on. It changes the whole look altogether.
Yeah. Setting the bubble on the car is like the first step towards the end. The silhouette of the car is represented by this dome shape, and really, you don't get the feel of it until it's in place. Ultimately, this will have like a rubber weather strip around it, just like you see in any car window, but I wanted to get right to installing the Mohawk. This is the full look. This is the stand back and check it out moment. This is what we've all been waiting for.
Man, are you kidding me? Dude, this came out too cool.
To me, the side profile, the way it's like,
there's a lot of slashes.
There's a lot of stuff going on. It's good, really good.
The Mohawk just brings it all together. It was like, without the Mohawk, I think it's like a superhero car, but now it's like a villain car.
A super villain. Yeah. From the jump, the initial inspiration for the car was this wild Mohawk. I've never seen anything like it. It was in this cartoon, and now there's an actual vehicle.
I think we got something pretty special here.
Well, it's kind of like when the UFO crashed in Area 51, right? Everybody's like, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Now what do we do with it?
I can't wait to see it in motion.
I think it's time to clean up the mess and drive it. Johnny was just all about driving this thing. Put on the trailer, took it over to the proving grounds. It's the perfect environment to test drive. I'm gonna get in, you drop the lid,
okay,
and let's try it. What could possibly go wrong? If anything happens, just bury me in it. The whole unit, just drop it in the ground.
It's the right shape.
Should be perfect. Getting in this thing, you're in there like a space pilot, and you're committing to the ride. Drop her down.
All right. Yeah, lower the top, you can hear it almost like seal, like a coffin.
I feel like a friggin' fish in a tank. It's pretty dicey. I haven't had any real disasters yet, so I think the odds are with me. Here we go. You see somebody in a top fuel dragster, they're not getting out in a rush, so this is the same thing. You're locked and loaded.
That's awesome.
All I could say is it's fun to drive. It's using all of your senses, you know? You're thinking, is it on fire? Is it shaking? How fast am I going? You know, there's no instrumentation at all. You have one hand on the steering wheel and one hand on the power, and it's fun.
And as it goes by the rocks, I mean, it's almost like a shark in the water. All you see is the Mohawk. It doesn't look like it's supposed to be there. It's just nuts.
We did the testing, you know, slow speed rolling around, and I wanted to see what it could do.
And then, you know, he makes the turn and starts heading back towards me, and then that's when you really see, you know, all the eye candy. It was just so much to look at as it's moving toward you, and it just looks so sinister.
That wasn't so bad.
That was awesome. In motion looks freaking even better.
Feels like you're in outer space, man. This is the first time it's been in motion. I've never seen it driving. I'm just pulling up, seeing Johnny's reaction. I got to get him behind the wheel. Totally drivable, dude. It feels confident. You want to try it?
Yeah, let's do this.
Imagine how the astronauts.
T-5.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Imagine how an astronaut feels, dude.
Yeah, that's why there's no fat astronauts. But I was damn determined I was going to fit inside. If I had to lay over the other side, I'm getting in that car. That feels crazy.
Wait till the top's
Dude,
down.
it's just a...
Are you claustrophobic?
I don't think so. I guess we'll find out.
I wasn't claustrophobic until I shut that thing. It's like, it sounds funny in there.
I was a little concerned about the way it was controlled just because I was, you know, it's brand new. And I didn't want to be the guy that wrecked it.
There's no foot pedals, right? So this is your brake. You just push right on there. See, it actuates the master cylinder.
Gotcha.
Motorcycle, throttle. And then that's your shifter. It's an automatic.
And that's the kill switch and the starter.
Exactly. If you're gonna start it, that's on. Okay. Start. Anything happens, just hit that and the car's dead. No power. It's a learning experience. You know, you don't really drive a car like this. You drive a motorcycle like that. So it's kind of like a really low-slung chopper on 4 wheels. So that's all up to you, man. Pull the button and push the pin. You can't drive it for somebody, right? I just told them how to do it, and that's it. See ya. I was looking at the car in motion, just really responding to it, and I realized Johnny's hands aren't where they're supposed to be.
Well, he first kind of went over the controls with me and how to do it, which I didn't really pay attention. I was just wanting to drive it. So I let go, and I just started grabbing the steering wheel.
He's just rolling away, and hopefully he'll figure it out.
I'm looking through the bubble now, out into the front of the car, just this sick look. You're so low to the ground.
Johnny got around the corner, so it looks like he's under control. For me, it was just really good to see this thing finally in motion.
It's been a crazy experience. It was one of the coolest things that I've ever done.
Yeah. It's kind of hairy. Crazy. It's predictable, but it's really weird.
That's nuts.
This whole project kind of blew the lid off it for me. I don't really consider any of my cars finished, so maybe someday I just take this thing apart again and improve on it once more. My friend Stone is an artist. He's a craftsman in a pretty unique genre. There is no limit to what he could have queued up for me.
What's up, man?
What's happening? What have you gotten yourself into this time?
What I got myself into, what we're gonna get into. It's a big bus, but it's gonna get bigger. It will be 50 feet wide, second deck, all the way front to back, but it's basically a floating island.
Like a cruise ship.
Oh, it's a total cruise ship. See this whole structure right here?
Yeah.
It's gone. Just blow it away right now, just like we're cutting it all out. Add wings to each side. Each wing needs to fold up to where it's a bus again, and then drive.
It's like when you see the carnival on the freeway, it's all closed up.
Exactly. When we fold this thing out and we set it all up, we put the sound system, DJs, you don't see the bus no more, it's gone.
You're saying wings, but it's actually a dance floor? Or?
Listen, I already got it, man, it's done. 2 bars, DJ booth right here. It's a themed out thing. Like Headhunter, a lot of skulls, little bamboo, tiki stuff. Somehow you need to figure out to take a 50-foot island that folds in to itself and then folds out for probably one of the biggest festivals ever held every year in the middle of the desert.
I don't even know what to say. It's like, okay, I'm in.
Go, man. All right, so first thing I think is that we gotta get rid of these windows.
Like with all of my clients at the beginning of a project, I always like to give them the opportunity, you know, to take the chicken exit, to opt out early and just forget the whole thing. This is your last chance. With this type of shuttle bus, I mean, you could go to work shuttling people to the airport.
But you think I wanna work for the airport? I wanna work for the circus. We're going to town on this. Cut it.
Sounds like he should be committed. Sounds like he's committed. The easiest task of this whole thing, these windows unscrew. Let's just pull them out and then we'll relocate those wiring harnesses because that is something we don't want to mess with, guaranteed. Ha! There it goes. With this project, there's a ton of gray area.
All right, here we go. I could do this.
I've been there plenty of times before, and every journey into the unknown starts with a first step.
There we go.
I got it. We just got to get these windows out so we can commence the demolition. It's going to be a spectacle. Well, I think it's a solid concept, man. Let's get started. Stone talks about a dance floor on the roof, you know, party on the ceiling. Okay, so I guess we're gonna create a huge structure similar to what would be a roof rack, but people can walk on it. If all our calculations are correct, this will be the second story of the cruise ship. With all these wild concepts that Stone's throwing out, you know, he's seeing the end result, but there's just gonna be a lot of understructure, a lot of thought into the functionality of this before any decoration starts.
This is Popo from Germany, and this is Chef Aaron, our other chef. They're here to help us get this framework up and start making measurements, yeah?
I get to do this type of work pretty much every day with my car projects, and most normal people don't see this kind of action, so everybody's involved, and it's pretty high energy.
What do you think? Does that look good?
That looks pretty good from here.
That hangover?
I gotta say.
Yeah?
That's a roof rack. The main concept of this is we're not relying on the bus structure for the support of this. The fact is, it's going to be anchored into the floor of the bus. We create a series of these uprights that are going to pierce through the existing roof to really support it before we take any of the original bus apart. We decided to do this way because Stone is talking about cutting the walls off. It's like the bus was this big, but now it's this big.
Is that a magnet? That's a sensor. Wow,
There it is, right there. As we work through this bus roof and wall issue, the biggest problem I'm seeing is with these doors. Somewhere in this very complicated system, there are switches that tell the bus computer whether the doors are open or shut. See, this is like the Wild West edition, where we only have a freaking knife and a cordless drill, and we have to build an art car.
Yeah.
Once the bus understands the doors are closed, it will go into gear. If the doors are open, it stays put. Our task is to find this switch and convince the bus that the doors are always closed, even when there's no more doors. Just turn that on, so let's see if it's a magnet.
Is your insurance all up to speed?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Whoa, what the hell did you do, Ian?
No gear?
Nope, it won't go.
So these don't do anything. This is not the switch we're looking for. The doors have to come off, and if the bus doesn't move, then we have no project. Aha! So it's electric.
It's a micro switch.
So we plug those two together and tell it that it's shut 100% of the time. The doors are never open.
Reverse.
No throttle.
Pedal. Let me go and drive just to make sure. No pedal.
This is where it starts to get really weird. It's like bus whisperer moment. It's like, you know, talk to the bus. It's the old needle nose plier micro switch override technique.
Brakes off. Drive. Boom. Here we go.
They're
Hang
good.
on.
Through trial, error, a lot of luck, and a little bit of knowledge, we figured it out.
Booyah!
This is the first major hurdle, and I say we hurdled it. There it is.
What doors?
We need no stinking doors. So, now on to the next. This is what's called full commitment. Let's get it to the shop, weld this structure for the second floor in place, and then we're down to cutting, big time. In starting demolition on this thing, we could just go anywhere and start hacking, but I know we're gonna have to mount these wings somewhere, so before we get too far into the cutting phase, I'm trying to figure out where the structure is. One away. I've never built anything like this. You know, I'm pretty much cars and spaceships, never this thing. Look at that.
No more bus.
This is more like an extreme makeover show or something, you know, where they rebuild a house. It's like a radical living party space on wheels. Whoa! We got a lot of hands on deck, so it really makes progress rapidly. That's a substantial chunk of vehicle. Now I see where he's going with this. Let's get these walls down.
Here it is.
You don't realize what transformation has occurred until you're there and you see the walls cut out of this thing. I gotta say, this was a good call, man. All of a sudden, the panorama is quite a view. So now we know what the structure's made of. We can knock that other wall out and it's ready for the wings. Strange as it sounds, the roof floor covering. The floor on the roof. Stone's crew is getting this wood burning technique to give a little texture to the floor upstairs. I'm gonna continue to cut out the rest of the roof and get everything ready for this wing installation. One of the more challenging portions of this project is Stone's idea for this folding dance floor wing concept.
This was a stage.
Yeah.
Right, so bands would go on it, DJs or whatever. I save everything.
You're not kidding.
We don't get rid of nothing. And
Right.
we might have to cut these up a little bit and maybe make some tweaks, but I think that essentially these have become our wings. And then I have these stainless steel hinges.
Yep.
That
Gotcha.
I kind of salvaged from another project.
Well, those are heavy duty too,
Oh,
man.
they're super heavy duty.
Wow.
We got to figure out how to get those mounted to the bus, and then if you can come up with some solution on how we'll be able to, hinge these up and down without using like a bunch of manpower.
This is the biggest part of the project, so, well, yes, I can conceive a few things, but there's always the unknown. Stone's got an eye for things that work, and he chose all of these staging sections, put them back together, and attach them to the rig. All right, we're a little more, Aaron. Right there. Okay, we're at the height. There's actually a really thick steel beam. We're just gonna drill right through that with this hinge. There's some structure under the floor of the bus that we should be able to drill through and bolt on directly, and that's a huge time saver. Cool. Maybe just tie off those straps.
I got fatter when I was underneath it.
You hear the term getting thrown under the bus? Yeah, I've never heard about getting stuck under the bus.
I gotta go on a diet.
Let's just let this down and see what it does. I mean, it's not real heavy now, but test it before it's got all that plywood on it. Ooh.
Sweet.
Sure, the hinge idea is perfect, but I don't know about dance floor. Right now it looks like a trampoline. We're gonna have to get some structure into this thing. Let's fold this up. I'll get the tractor. One thing I know is this is super heavy, so I got some heavy equipment too. Let's just get it in place and see what we're working with.
1, 2, 3.
Piece of cake.
All right.
Crunch.
All right, there we go.
So this
Whoa,
is way too tall.
That's definitely not gonna fit.
We mock it up, lay it down, and it's just not gonna work. It's 7 inches different. I mean, you could see it's gonna,
So
it's
we need to
pitching way in. We need to section 7 inches out of it. The downside of this is that it's 7 inches too tall. If it was too short, it'd be way easy to just build it up. So we're gonna have to go through the hard way. It's almost like sectioning a car, but I'm gonna have to go through all of this steel structure and refit it.
So this is one part of the wing, and then we have a whole nother section that was actually bigger than this one. So we want the whole dance floor to come at least to the very back of the bus.
Same old story, different day. Sounds like Stone wants these wings a lot bigger, more towards the rear of the vehicle, and almost triple the size of the original floor pattern.
We're at the point now where I'm making things bigger and making Ian's life a little harder, but I mean, why not? Let's just go big or go home, right?
Another idea and a pile of parts. It's time for me to pull it off. First step in making these retractable wings usable as a dance floor is to section down the support structure. In my typical fashion, I'm trying to find the easiest way through this. Hi-ya! But I think if I make the right steps, I can maintain the structure and drop it down. The whole challenge of this is the main structure. You're gonna have 50 people walking on your work. It's gotta count. Plenty of room. Everything looks good here. Next step, test it out. Oh, wow, you got plywood in place.
So while you guys are busy doing this, check this out.
Yeah, it looks like a platform.
It's pretty square and ugly looking. I'm gonna come in here and just find my curves, and we'll just jigsaw that out.
Oh, now you're talking my language. You don't know how I draw that.
I know, you're right.
I'm feeling better already. I was getting all technical, but now I'm right back in the mood.
No, look, we're free spirits right here, bud.
Perfect.
This is how we're gonna do it right here.
That is a happy little piece of plywood. By the time you're done screwing this and putting the jigsaw through it, we can roll that under, and we're good, man. We got the first prototype.
Adam, cut it out.
There it is. So let's get some guys up there. We'll strap it, lift it, roll it under. I bet it's on the money. Lift her up. Here we go.
Hey. Bam!
Cha-ching. Looks good, man.
It's discreet,
I
right?
mean, discreet, yeah.
So driving down the road, when a cop looks at you, you just be like, nothing
Totally.
weird going on over here.
No, nothing weird here. It looks like every other RV on the road.
1, 2, 3.
And now walk it right in. All right, let's drop that wall. This is lined up just like it should be. It's within an inch.
Okay, here we go. Watch your fingers and toes.
And nose.
And other parts.
Look at that, it's level.
Holy smoke, look at that.
I gotta say, it's a pretty crazy idea, but here it is. It's gonna work. That's not going anywhere.
It's like,
Yeah, put a slide.
whoa! There's always a clown. There's
Always a clown. With the main part of the dance floor in place and Stone wanting this thing to extend to the back, I got a pretty clear plan on what to do next. Took a field trip out to my friend Cadillac Pat's compound. Hoping to get a few parts for the art car project, but I also want to see his whole collection. Now we know why you're called Cadillac Pat.
What's up, man?
Good
Long
to
time,
see ya.
man.
Walking right in the gate, he's got a lineup of Cadillacs.
There's a point where I've had like a dozen classic Cadillacs. I culled the collection down, so I've gotten it down to the ones I really like.
The chop is iconic. It makes those fins look gigantic.
The shock and all, man.
Right.
It's got flamethrowers in it.
Nice.
Super low. It's obnoxious.
Nice. Pat's really into the music scene, so he built a really cool stage for him and his buddies to rock out on.
I had a buddy of mine helping in the deconstruction of the House of Blues on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And he called me up and he says, hey, man, you interested in some metal signs from that venue? And I'm like, well, yeah. So I was like, it'd look rad if I made a stage for this thing. And it went from a small stage to this.
What is it, 16 feet tall? This stage is one of the reasons I reached out to Pat. This was built mainly from repurposed materials, and he mentioned that he had a whole bunch of aluminum that was laying on the side.
Well, maybe this will work for you here. It's some 2x2 aluminum.
Perfect. Looks like a shark cage or something. What the heck was
Yeah,
this?
man.
Yeah, we're building this art car. It's like a mobile stage.
Okay.
It's this material. It's 2x2,
Oh,
crazy
cool.
enough.
It's yours, man. Get it out of here.
I know, you got stuff, so do I. Pat's more than willing to donate this to the cause, so that's always a plus. You know, favor for a favor, that's how we're rolling.
Put it to use.
This crazy concept is a go. The bus drives fine with those wings folded up, as prescribed. It looks like a bunch of carnies coming through my neighborhood. We're gonna have to definitely mellow this out. Stone's mode here is to completely hide the donor vehicle for this project. In party mode, you don't even know it's a bus.
We gotta hide every inch of this bus. We can't let nobody know that there's an actual bus underneath that. We're gonna make it look like a float. Right here, I started with this wood paneling, right?
Yeah, it looks cool.
Pop it right off. Watch fingers. So when we're done with this, you won't see 1 inch of this entire, you won't even see this wheel. You won't see nothing. Being from New Orleans with Mardi Gras and floats and all that stuff,
Right.
we're basically building a big, massive, super strong float, but like all made out of metal, super tough, that we can just bring it anywhere for as long as we want and it won't fall apart.
Super float.
Super float.
Goes on the freeway.
The lights, the windshield wipers, all that stuff will just go away as soon as we put the mask on.
Stone says he's made some progress on the aesthetics. He's come up with this giant mask shape that he wants to attach to the front.
I got this really gnarly, like really kind of aggro looking dude. So here, come check it out. Come in the shop. They're all laying all over the place. So we use a little bit of paint, a little bit of water, get a little bit of rust going.
Okay.
Mouth, eyes. And this is basically his like headdress, his eyebrows.
This is very similar to the way I work. You know, you have a concept, you have a mock-up, there's pieces everywhere. Will everything work together? That's where we're at now. Stone has a lot of experience building these large-scale art projects, but you never know what they're gonna look like when it's actually installed. Let's get it together and see what we're working with.
All right.
We're gonna tack weld it all together, hang it in place to see if anything needs modification. Ultimately, it'll be removable, nut and bolt system.
Can you see it, Ian? Do you see it?
I think so.
Is my imagination coming through your circuits on this one or what? Old savage world, Indiana Jones, like that whole kind of temple of doom.
Oh, right,
and you're always looking for treasures. And then I'm gonna do a lot more gold patinas where he looks like he just ate a bunch of gold and it's just dripping out of his mouth. So
Gold
like, you know,
eater.
it's a
I've
little
heard of
throwback
gold
to-
diggers,
Yes.
but gold eaters? I know the drivability of this vehicle is going to be in very slow motion, you know, idling around basically in party mode. And looking at this mask, it's completely blocking the driver's view. I'm sure Stone has already thought that issue through.
I want to try to move all the driving up there.
Of course he's thought it through. That's Ian's problem. Just make it drive. Just like that?
Just like that.
I mustache you a question.
I mustache you a question.
Need to mock it up properly, because laying on the floor, it doesn't look anything like this. I'm gonna give up this car building business. These parade floats are where it's at.
Oh yeah, look how mean he looks, dude.
Look how the sun
Look,
comes
with the
through
sun
the
coming in
eyeballs.
and that light
Yeah.
in his eye.
Down on the right.
This side?
Up on the left, yeah. A huge part of this concept is how it looks at night. That's really when the parties pop off. So, you know, the idea of illuminating the mask from behind to give it a lot of light up features is of paramount importance. Stone said he wants the controls on the art car up on the roof, and the first thing that comes to mind was this boat. It does the same thing. You're up here, you know, you got your hand on the wheel, you're overlooking everything. In the art car, you can see if anybody's in your way. You got full 360-degree vision. This demonstrates the concept, but getting the controls in the bus from the floor to the roof is a little bit more of a challenge. I got a plan. It's got the look, right? Some pirate ship stuff. I got some stuff mocked up here, doing a little thinking. And my whole task is to just come up with a proof of concept and, you know, sell Stone on the idea. All about the oldest template material in the books. Pizza box templates. They're free with pizza. The first step is to deal with the steering issue. I'm just gonna come in with this X that's centered on the wheel. Up here is the boat steering wheel. Then there's a universal joint right on the top. That way the steering wheel stays there, and this thing goes right on top. For our purposes, we've got to be really strong and really simple. The pedals are going to be a little more elaborate. We'll call this Exhibit B. I don't want them to be linked directly. What I want is from the bottom of the seat, there's this bracket that's bolted to the floor. Your pedal is here. There's a rod that comes out, and then there's a wheel on it. So the thing about these pedals, it's cool because it has heel action. So you have full control of the acceleration. Instead of just picking up your foot and hoping it returns, you can stop it. The same thing with the brakes. You take the brakes off or on, heel or toe. Now that Arts and Crafts Hour is done, Exhibit B, Exhibit A, let's see how these things will work out. Describing it to someone, this could seem a little harebrained. Hey, it's yet untested, right? I think it's guaranteed it's gonna work. A lot of what I do is to just find something or some things. So you see there's a variety of materials in use, namely the steering wheel, the pedal cluster, etc., and then connect the dots. And the whole idea is it's just like the steering column in a car. This attaches to the bus. This sleeve here goes right in. There you have it, one full custom steering shaft. It always stays horizontal. That's a huge angle. We won't even be dealing with that. We're almost straight. In theory, it seems like it's all gonna work once it's installed, but we're not there yet. This steering is simple. You see it's one rod right straight through. That's why I did it first. The more complex part is this pedal assembly. First thing I gotta do is set up these heim joints. Just like the universal joint in that steering shaft, it's got a little wiggle. I like figuring stuff out. This is a pretty unique challenge. I just kind of thought about this pedal actuating system simply by not wanting any friction on the pedal and not wanting to modify the bus pedal. So it just felt to me like a roller design would be the most fluid. Let's just imagine that that's the bus gas pedal. So what this does is it rides on it, just like that. And I attach the vertical rods anywhere in here. It's not the weirdest thing yet, but it's definitely not the most conservative. This rod is way small. This is just an example. So you're up there, you press on the gas, and that presses on the gas. Gas and brake, both in the same way, like a marionette. And as an emergency procedure, this spring is gonna hang somewhere on the rod. So as you press down on the gas, it always comes back up. So it'll take some foot to get this thing going, but as a safety feature, guy falls off the roof, the bus stops. We're getting close. The deadline for the event is coming up. I'm excited to get this Savage Island into test mode. It looks like Stone and the crew have been making a lot of progress. It's all coming together. We're running short on time. I got everything I needed to established with the steering and the controls so you could drive it from the roof. Stone's really been working towards this savage look. Leopard print on the floor, there's a lot of rope details, rope ladders, a lot of carved wooden elements. We got this dance floor and its extensions in place. It's come together. This thing is looking crazy cool, man.
Right, isn't it? This is only half of it, but
there's been way more going on than when I saw it last.
I can't wait to see my kid's face when we drive this thing around and he's able to see all his hard work, all of our crew's hard work.
What's up, laddie?
Gage helped us get these flags done.
Your dad wanted to drive this thing from the roof, so I set up some parts. It's ready to test.
So the brake and gas pedals all hooked up?
Oh, you know it.
Yes. Let me know when we're ready.
Here's the call from the basement. You can hear he's ready. Full ahead, put her in drive.
Here we go.
So see, my foot is on the brake upstairs. Let's take it off, and it rolls. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Look, no hands, Mom. Driving a big 40-foot bus. Just sitting here. I was a little worried about throwing that wrench into, Ian's gears, but he knocked it out of the park.
Forward, hope!
It was like effortless. Drove like a dream. This is exactly what we wanted. This is perfect.
That's what I'm talking about. Driving on the roof. Driving from the roof concept was a great call. Sitting up front, you have a very clear and safe vision of where you're heading.
Reverse!
And you hear the reverse? Back her up.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
Wow, it actually happened, from concept to completion. We're actually on a boat.
Ian, this is perfect, dude. We are moving and I'm not driving. I love it.
Around the world and back again. That's the sailor's way.
How'd that feel with the pedals and stuff?
It's perfect, man. It just wouldn't be a complete success without letting the captain take the wheel.
Wow, this thing's fast. You gotta get a little feel to it. There we go. There it is, there it is. Boom! Ian pulled it off or what?
He did. Ian, you did a good job. I don't know if he can hear me.
He can hear you. Say it louder, right?
Ian, you did amazing.
This thing's driving real good, but it's kind of like an elephant in an ice rink. It needs some room to roam. It's been a fun ride. I always love a good project and a challenge, but the big payoff is seeing all the people respond to it. Folks who never even understood what we're up to. You can tell Savage Island is in full effect.
It was a lot of work, but we got it done. To be in the wide open space with like 50 people on it and just cruise around, I couldn't have asked for anything better than what's going on right now.
The challenge from the start here was to take a city bus that could fold up, drive to an event, and become this floating island, Savage Island party barge. Mission accomplished.